Good evening, President Carver, members of the governing board, Superintendent Finch, Mrs. Taylor, district staff, and our room full of special guests tonight. Tonight, we're celebrating a wide array of awards, from a truly talented communications group to a group of students whose vocabulary continues to dominate their competition all season after season, dedicated educators, future engineers, an exemplar Air Force program, and resilient students. The first award of the night seemed a bit self-serving to present, as it's my own team that's earned 15 awards for our work through the 2025 and 2026 school years. So we brought in some reinforcements. Here to speak a bit more about my experienced and exemplary team is Glendale Elementary Director of Communications Director and incoming Arizona School Public Relations Association, or ASPRA President, Adriana Parsons.
Each year, ASPRA recognizes standards of excellence in school public relations through its Aspirations Awards. Winning entries demonstrate how sound public relations principles, creativity, and a commitment to improving communications were used to pursue educational and organizational goals. The annual Aspirations Awards honor the very best work of school PR professionals from across Arizona, spotlighting strategy and impact in school communications. These awards showcase outstanding campaigns, publications, and initiatives that elevate education, strengthen community trust, and set the standard for excellence in public relations across the state. More than 70 public relations professionals from across the country carefully reviewed and scored 250 submissions against one another this year. In 2026, your Deer Valley Unified School District's Communications and Community Engagement, or CCE team, they earned 15 awards. The CCE team was recognized with numerous honors in publications and electronic media, highlighting the district's excellence in storytelling, community engagement, marketing, and strategic communications. Notably earning 8 awards of excellence, including awards for the district's special report to the community in the annual report category. Its flagship newsletter, the DV Voice, was also recognized for excellence in communications with district employees. The team's visual storytelling capabilities stood out, earning 3 Excellence Awards in photography. These powerful images captured moments of patriotism, graduation, and everyday school life in Deer Valley schools. CCE also received top recognition for its Homecoming Assembly social media reels, showcasing the energy of homecoming across all 5 Deer Valley Unified School District high school campuses. In video production, DVUSD also earned 2 Excellence Awards for in-house work, including Just Asking and a Portrait of a Graduate, which highlights student athletes and the accomplishments of the district's graduates after their time at DVUSD schools. In addition to top honors, there were also 7 merit awards for outstanding work in categories such as parent newsletters, podcasts, special publications, video production, and website redesign. In all, this year's work shows that the current CCE team daily creates leads to a comprehensive communication strategy and plan for the Deer Valley Unified School District and its schools, ensuring ongoing, concise, and high-quality communication of the district's educational efforts. Congratulations, Aspirations, Awards of Excellence, and Merit honorees, your DVUSD CCE team.
And back to regularly scheduled programming. Oh, one more, sorry. Okay, now back to regularly scheduled programming. Under the direction of Major Von Whited and Master Sergeant Mike Beatty, the 95 cadets of Sandra Day O'Connor High School's Air Force JROTC team captured a huge award this year. On February 24th, the regional director from Headquarters Air Force JROTC visited Sandra Day O'Connor High School to perform a thorough and total assessment of the program and its cadets. The program was inspected in more than 30 areas, including dress and appearance, marching color guard, logistics inventory, administration, and a cadet mission briefing that encapsulated all of their goals, accomplishments, and responsibilities. O'Connor's AFJROTC unit scored an impressive 97 and earned an overall rating of exceed standards for their unit assessment, the highest rating attainable. This outstanding achievement reflects the dedication and leadership of Major Von Whited and Master Sergeant John Beatty, who themselves deserve special recognition for mentoring and guiding this unit's cadets. The instructors and cadets exceeded their standards on 8 assessment checklist items and had 0 discrepancies, a noteworthy accomplishment. This team has competed in multiple times in orienteering, radars, robotics, academics, and marksmanship. In each competition, they have brought home a first, second, or third place finish, and 2 cadets even had the opportunity to compete at the national level in the air rifle competition. In addition, the teams focus hard on serving their community. Thus far, they have accumulated over 5,500 hours and counting of community service. Their dedication and willingness to step up is impressive. In turn, the regional director recognized the program by awarding an Exceed Standards designation, an award not easily earned. This designates them as one of the best Air Force JROTC programs in the country. Congratulations, Sandra Day O'Connor High School's AFJROTC for their 2025-2026 Exceed Standard Unit Assessment rating. Next, we move on to a student at Barry Goldwater High School who was vying for a prestigious national scholarship ahead of her graduation in just a few short weeks. The National Merit Scholarship Program is an annual academic competition among high school students for recognition and college undergraduate scholarships. The United States high school students enter the National Merit Scholarship Program by taking the preliminary SAT or National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test, known as the PSAT, which serves as an initial screen over the 1.3 million entrants each year by meeting the published program entry participation requirements. Currently, over 1.3 million students in about 20,000 high schools enter the National Merit Scholarship Program each year. Some 50,000 entrants qualify for program recognition, and approximately 7,590 outstanding students receive scholarships for their undergraduate college studies. Finalists compete with other finalists in their state or selection unit for one of only 2,500 National Merit Scholarships valued at about $2,500. Winners are selected by a committee of college admission officers and high school counselors. DVUSD is proud to have 9 finalists this year, representing 4 of our 5 district high schools. Our honoree tonight, representing Barry Goldwater High School, is Felicity Burnton. The Barry Goldwater High School staff and administration are proud to recognize Felicity Burton for earning this prestigious National Merit Finalist distinction and had this to say about her accomplishments as a Bulldog. She has earned a 4.4 weighted GPA and a 3.8 unweighted GPA, placing her at the upper 6% of her senior graduating class. Felicity's dedication to the IB program and her rigorous classes speak to her love of learning and her outstanding academic achievements. Furthermore, Felicity is a person who advocates for and helps those in need. This is apparent in the 2 leadership roles that she holds. Felicity has been a teen court jury foreperson at BGHS for 3 years, during which she has heard cases involving juvenile delinquents and helped remedy the harm that they have caused by victims in the community. Another role Felicity takes pride in is the volunteer counselor at St. Joseph's Youth Camp. At camp, she helps care for children ages 6 to 14 and leads activities that support their emotional and physical well-being. This fall, Felicity plans to attend the University of Texas, Dallas to major in child learning and development in the School of Behavioral and Brain Sciences. Her career goal is to become a civil rights attorney and work for an organization such as the ACLU. We know that no matter where life takes Felicity, she will be a strong leader who makes her community better wherever she is. And we will always be proud to call her a member of our Bulldog family. Felicity had this reaction to being named a finalist. I am incredibly honored to be named a National Merit Finalist. This recognition means so much to me because I spent hours preparing for the exam through practice tests and other online resources. I never imagined getting the score that I achieved. Through this award, I have qualified for a full ride scholarship and an out-of-state university worth more than $200,000. I am so grateful for this opportunity and the support I've received from my school. Congratulations to the 2026 National Merit Finalist from Barry Goldwater High School, Felicity Burton. Next, we move on to a group of students at Sierra Verde who have now stood atop the Vocabulary.com Championship Mountain for a 5th time. The Sierra Verde STEAM Academy 5th grade students in Miss Jen Orr's class once again claimed first place among all Arizona schools, including in the high school division in the 2026 Spring Vocabulary Bowl. All schools and learners worldwide had the opportunity to compete in this year's Vocabulary Bowl this spring, which meant that the Sierra Verde STEAM Academy students were competing against over 4 million students from 47,000 schools worldwide this season. To be crowned champions for this round of competition, the Sierra Verde Vipers mastered a grand total of 14,215 words. The fifth grade students led the way yet again for this win with a staggering 12,638 words coming from their grade. This win marks Sierra Verde's fifth championship title in the last 6 competitions over the past 6 years. The top vocabulary masters for this season were Owen Lynn with 555 words, Prisha Sheena Joseph with 365 words, Oliver Lynn with 322 words, Braden Jennings with 302 words as well, and Oliver Barclay Comstock with 312 words. Also notable for this spring was their teacher, Miss Jen Orr, who was named the top teacher in Arizona for the middle school and elementary school category, which is a testament to her work with the Vipers and their success and competition year after year. Congratulations to the now 5th time champions, the 2026 SpringVocabulary.com champions, Sierra Verde STEAM Academy. Next, we move on to a group of students who you might see working on innovative engineering projects in the near future following an impressive performance at the top engineering student competition in Arizona. Engineering students from both Boulder Creek and Mountain Ridge High Schools recently competed in the premier Skills USA competition in Arizona. The competition at the Skills USA Championships are created and judged by industry professionals to ensure that students learn the real-world skills employers demand from entry-level professionals. These competitions represent some of the most highly skilled, in-demand, skilled trade areas in the nation. The first state championship team is Mountain Ridge High School's engineering students Jacob Dangerfield and Ethan Vaughn, who competed in the Mobile Robotics Urban Search and Rescue Competition. For this event, teams are required to build a robot arm and arm mechanism prior to the competition. The robot must be capable of locating, grabbing, and moving simulated ordnances on the challenge course. This competition assesses proficiencies such as remotely operating the robot via a camera, navigation, manipulating the arm and mechanism to collect simulated ordnances, traversing various types of terrain, and communication between the driver and the spotter. For team member Jacob Dangerfield, winning is an opportunity to improve his future. He reflected that working hard every day, perfecting a robot of his own design, all to perform in his fullest potential at competition day, allows him to prepare for whatever comes next, be it Skills USA Nationals, college, or something else. Congratulations to Mobile Robotics Urban Search and Rescue Competition State Champions, Jacob Dangerfield and Ethan Vaughn. Next, representing the Mountain Lions is a repeat dynamic duo. For the second year in a row, Mountain Ridge engineering students Alicia Jacob and Arwen Ryder teamed up to take home the Skills USA State Championship in additive manufacturing. 3D printing, officially known as additive manufacturing, is a transformative production process that creates three-dimensional objects for rapid prototyping. For this contest, Arwen and Alicia were required to create and document a pre-contest design within a short 2-week window. Then, at the contest, they were required to design and add on to the prototype that met a new criterion. As mentioned earlier, these two competitors are repeat gold medal winners and will be returning to nationals for a second time in a row for this event. This year, they competed against over 30 teams spanning from Yuma to Tucson and throughout the valley. They are now looking to take what they learned last year and medal in Atlanta at the national competition too. Representing her dynamic duo, Arwen Ryder, who shared this reflection on their repeat state championship. I'm so honored to have the experience of competing and to be here today. My partner and I spent 2 weeks preparing a 3D printed catapult for our additive manufacturing competition, with a lot of trial and error involved in such a short time. Then we presented the test and tested our part, and I'm grateful for our experiences that we've gotten. I'm really thankful for Alicia, my partner, and Mr. Randolph, our engineering teacher, for believing in us and encouraging us to do our best. We couldn't have done it without him. Congratulations to Additive Manufacturing, Skills USA, repeat state champions, Arwen Ryder and Alicia Jacob. Our final set of future engineers tonight hail from Barry Goldwater High School. Boulder Creek. Sorry, I do that a lot. Boulder Creek Jaguars, the Boulder Creek Jaguars, people. Boulder Creek Jaguars, they're in the red jackets. I should have known. This competition represents the culmination of a 4-year engineering pathway requiring the students to apply their full range of skills they developed enduring problematic identification, research and design, prototyping, testing, and professional communication. Teams spent a year developing a solution for a real-world problem of their choosing, working through and competing in engineering design processes. At the competition, students present their results to a panel of industry professionals through a formal presentation, technical display, and a fully functional prototype. In addition to presenting their year-long projects, teams also participate in an on-site challenge that tests their ability to think critically, collaborate, and perform under pressure. The competition demands a high level of technical skills, professionalism, and innovation. In the Boulder Creek Engineering Department, teacher Don Baxley had this opinion of the team and the competition. It is one of the most authentic measures of a student's readiness for both engineering and careers in post-secondary education, as it mirrors the expectations and rigor of the real-world engineering departments. During the presentation, a team of 3 students is judged as their performance on the professional team, their project presentation to a panel of engineering judges, and their story read presentation models, their overall effectiveness, and their presentations. The team had this reflection on their competition success. Placing second at the Skills USA Arizona State Leadership Skills USA Conference in Engineering Technology and Design was a great outcome for our team, and we're proud that we're able to put it together. The preparation was a real process. We spent a lot of time in the weeds, whether that was soldering components, writing and debugging code, 3D printing parts, or going back and reworking things that didn't turn out quite the way we'd planned. There were a lot of adjustments along the way. We figured out things as we went, relied on each other when things got frustrating, and tried to stay focused, putting out the best work that we could. Competing at the state level was a good reminder of how much talent is out there. Taking second in the environment was very frustrating, as we were hoping for a gold medal, not a silver. But we're glad we didn't come away empty-handed. We're grateful for the people who supported us through the process for our Skills USA, giving students a real opportunity to apply what they've learned. We came back from the conference with a clear picture of where we stand and where we want to go. Congratulations to the second place Skills USA Engineering, Technology, and Design team from Boulder Creek High School, Ethan Bogensberger, Ben Johnson, and Lucas Loudon. Next, we move on to a student who has proven time and time again that he is living proof he can do anything he sets his mind to. The I Can Do It award is given to students who have demonstrated an I Can Do It attitude. Students with disabilities are recognized for excelling in academics, arts, athletics, and community service, employment, self-advocacy, technology, and independent life skills by the Arizona Council for Exceptional Children, or AZCEC, a professional association of educators dedicated to cultivating, supporting, and empowering education professionals whose works with individuals with disabilities. Barry Goldwater High School junior Anthony Macy is not only the 2026 recipient of this award, but a true embodiment of living this every day. He embodies resilience, perseverance, courage, and an unwavering commitment to personal growth. His journey is remarkable, and his daily accomplishments and can-do attitude reflect a level of determination that inspires his peers and his teachers and entire school community. Anthony was born prematurely following a traumatic motor vehicle accident where he was deprived of oxygen for 45 minutes. He experienced a stroke in utero and endured seizures as an infant and was diagnosed with additional medical complexities throughout his younger years. Despite these significant challenges, Anthony survived against all odds. Throughout his childhood, Anthony worked tirelessly in speech, physical, and occupational therapies to overcome global developmental delays. He continues to move forward with strength, resilience, and a positive spirit. Now, thriving as a high school junior, Anthony proudly declares, "I'm living proof," and he truly is. Rather than me tell you more about him, I figured we could watch this short video and let him tell you himself. Also, he's from Barry Goldwater High School. It's a very moving video, so we'll have to post it later for everyone to tune into. However, we're still going to celebrate Anthony and have him come to the stage. Congratulations, Arizona Center Exceptional Children I Can Do It Award, Anthony Massey. Next, we move on to a teacher who is in her first year of teaching and being recognized already for her results. Liza Heath, Hillcrest Middle School's academic interventionist, is the 2026 M180 Award winner, representing the entire state of Arizona and also representing at a national level. This award recognizes educators whose Math 180 or Read 180 scores drive significant student growth and academic progress. Dr. Vicky Devikius, an HMH account executive, noted that Liza's dedication to her students and her faithful implementation of Math 180 is clearly making a difference in her classroom, with results that speak for themselves. She also noted that during her visit to Liza's class, she had never observed a data meeting run so efficiently or effectively in all of her 27 years of education so far. Hillcrest Middle School principal Brad Brazel had this reflection of watching her work with her students over the course of just her first year. We are proud to recognize Ms. Liza Heath for receiving HMH Math 180 Award for demonstrating extraordinary dedication in academic engagement and growth. This honor reflects the incredible impact she has on her students each and every day through her commitment to helping succeed in mathematics. The secret sauce to Miss Heath's success is her passion and dedication to students, which is evident in everything she does. She builds genuine relationships with kids and creates a trusting, safe environment where students feel comfortable to take risks and learn from their mistakes. Most importantly, she helps students build self-esteem and confidence that they need to believe in themselves as mathematicians and learners. Liza had this reflection. I am very grateful to receive the HMH 180 Award for Math Intervention. It means so much to me to have been nominated by my colleagues for doing a job that I love. This award is a reflection of the hard work of my students that they put in every day, and I am incredibly proud of the growth that they've made and that led to this recognition. Congratulations to the 2026 Arizona M180 Award winner, Liza Heath. Next, we move on to a school that is also moving the needle for their academic success. Congratulations to Deer Valley Middle School Principal Ray Utter and the students and staff of Deer Valley Middle School on earning the Arizona Department of Education's Copper Apple Award for consistent improvement in student achievement through their work with Project Momentum's framework. Since Mr. Utter's arrival at Deer Valley Middle School in 2023, the school has rebounded from a D grade to coming within a fraction of a percentage for a B grade for the 2024-2025 assessment. By implementing clear goals, expectations, best instructional practices, and strong protocols around collaboration, the Deer Valley Middle School staff, students, and administration ensured their students' achievement has increased. Together, they've seen their letter grade percentage rise from a 56% prior to his arrival to a 71.05 in the last school year, marking a high C and leaving them only about 0.8% away from earning a B letter grade as a school. Round of applause for that. Deer Valley Middle School's focus on ensuring that learning targets are visible, tied to essential standards, and written in a student-friendly language reflects the lessons every day has contributed to students' growth. The team also uses common formative assessments to help teachers and staff use data to guide instruction and implement necessary interventions that promote student success. The overall jump in letter grades is a result of the collective dedication, care, and hard work for their students that they serve. Ray Utter humbly reflected on accepting this Copper Apple recognition for his school, stating that this award isn't really a me award, it's an us award. None of this success would have been possible or even have happened without the collective effort of all of our Deer Valley Middle School teachers, staff, and students. Congratulations to the Copper Apple Award recipient, Principal Ray Utter and Deer Valley Middle School. From copper apples to silver apples, we move on to a teacher who loves what he does every day, and that dedication shows. Each year, Arizona Family selects 8 Silver Apple Award honorees to honor the very best teachers throughout the Apache South, Coconino, Gila, Graham, Greenlee, Maricopa, Mojave, Navajo, Pinal, and Yavapai counties. Nominations are submitted by students within a teacher's classroom via a 100-word explanation of why teachers are so special. And this nomination is supported by the school's administration. On April 1st, Barry Goldwater High School's IB Theory of Knowledge and Personal teacher, as well as professional skills and Read 180 teacher, Al Pepe, was surprised with anything but an April Fool's joke. He was surprised and honored as one of this year's Arizona's Family Silver Apple Award recipients for his impact on all students at every learning level throughout the Goldwater campus, spanning from those in the Reading Intervention Program who need a bit of extra support in the classroom to students in the International Baccalaureate Program and his Theory of Knowledge class, where he pushes students to reflect on their theory of knowledge and how we know, what we claim to know. For a teacher that's not often speechless, Mr. Pepe was truly shocked when this group of Arizona Family, Desert Financial reps, his Goldwater administration team, and current and former students came to surprise him with a Silver Apple recognition. He had this reflection on the moment. I am truly honored to be recognized as a Silver Apple Award recipient from Arizona's Family Channel 3. What makes this recognition especially meaningful is knowing that my nomination and selection was driven by my students. Their voices and experience are what matter most to me. When I first moved to Arizona, I would watch these segments on the news and see outstanding educators being honored, and never would I have imagined that one day I would be standing here in this same place. When I chose to enter the teaching profession, my goal was simple: give back, make a difference. Like many educators, you go on day to day hoping you're reaching your students in a way that truly matters. This award is a powerful reminder of that. In small but meaningful way, I'm achieving that goal, and for that, I'm incredibly grateful. Never in a million years would I have ever imagined that something like this would be part of my teaching journey. Even now, it all seems a bit surreal. I do feel truly blessed to be able to do something I love every day. Catch his story and his surprise tomorrow morning on Good Morning Arizona on Channel 3 and 5 around 8:30 a.m. I know some of you will be in class, but you might get a pass for it. And it'll be posted later online at Arizona's Family's website. Congratulations to Arizona's Family Silver Apple Award winner, Al Pepe. We understand that we have some special guests in the audience that want to come up and get a picture with Mr. Pepe. And as a special last surprise, we were told that Anthony's video now has sound to tell his story. So I believe they're queuing that up. I feel like Anthony is a great ending to this, but that is the end of our awards ceremony, and we'll begin the board meeting in about 5 minutes.
Come on, sucker. Oh, I've missed Kendra sitting right up front.
Are we? Okay. And did you give her a call?
Yeah.
Okay, let me text her right now. Hold on. Okay. All right, yeah, go ahead and call her. I'll tell her. Mrs. Fisher. If I can find her here. Calling you now.
Test, test.
Can you have these guys sit back in the thing? Safety?
Oh, I thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies.
Yeah, he's doing it.
No, I need to tell them about color presentation. They cannot sit in the way. Kendra, we're gonna have. Okay.
You want to carry the flag? You want to carry the flag with the ROTC?
Back up. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Mrs. Fisher, can you hear us?
Yeah, and actually, I just pulled off the freeway at 7.
Okay.
So if you guys go ahead and do the beginning part, I'll be right there.
Thank you.
All right.
Tis the meeting.
Regular Governing Board meeting Tuesday, April 28, 2026.
I'd like to welcome everybody out tonight to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Deer Valley Governing Board. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 7:07. Let the roll call show that Ms. Simichak, Dr. Pack, and Mr. Carver are present. Mr. Botfield and Ms. Kingfisher currently absent. Tonight's colors will be presented by the Sandra D. O'Connor AFJROTC. Dr. Zerbach, would you be kind enough to lead us in the pledge when they present? Followed by a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. I have a motion to adopt tonight's agenda. Motion by Ms. Simichak. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Pack. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's fine. First item on the agenda, item 3A, MTSS update. Dr. Z, Dr. Galligan, and Dr. DeMarteau.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, President Carver, members of the board, Dr. Finch. We are very pleased to be here this evening, Dr. DeMarteau, Dr. Galligan, and myself, to present to you our highlights for our systems updates with respect to MTSS-A and MTSS-B. This evening's presentation is composed primarily of 4 parts. The first, you'll hear a bit about the background and the context for where this particular systems improvement takes place in our journey. Second, we'll follow data that will suggest that we are on the right track for where we're going in the district. It's very affirming data for us. The third part will be the actual content that we have been working on specific to this year. And the fourth, and perhaps the most exciting, is we are going to highlight a few educators that have been doing some extraordinary work with respect to this MTSS project. And these guys are in the audience over here to the right, so we're excited to highlight them as well. Okay, when we talk about multi-tier system of support, what we are really talking about is access. And when we talk about access, we are really saying that no matter where a child attends school in Deer Valley, it doesn't matter the zip code, it doesn't matter the school, that they will get access to the 3 levels of support at any school. And those supports are listed there. Tier 1 are the universal supports for all children. Tier 2 are the supports that are there for some who need an extra dose. And then the Tier 3, being the most intensive level of supports, is at the individual level. For that can be, again, for academics, or it can be for behavior. Why we are doing this work is actually quite simple. It's our first item under priority objective number 1 for excellence in our student learning. And it's been with us for more than just this strategic plan. It was in our previous one as well. And we believe that when we do the work that is needed for these systems, we know that our students will realize what's contained in our portrait of a graduate. The next 2 slides visually capture how what we are doing is a multi-year approach, and what you will see tonight is really one piece of the puzzle of this decades journey, if you will, that we've been on to strengthen our systems for all of our staff and for all of our students. This slide contains the year starting at 2015. And then this next slide contains the previous 5 years. And again, it shows many of the achievements that the districts and the schools have had, along with some of the specific efforts that we have undertaken to improve these systems. Those 2 slides also capture what is contained here in this slide, showing that in the beginning, when we had more fragmentation among our schools, we worked to move that to a coherent system, again, so that all schools have those systems that are in place for the students, and then continuing to move to what we call that embedded practice for all of our educators. And that has culminated in the creation of our MTSS playbook. You have a copy of that playbook at your fingertips there, and you have likely seen that before, but it's still important to note that that playbook contains the team structures that we believe are necessary to enact the procedures and the processes that we know are important for our students to realize success in our schools. That playbook is something that we've had for, I believe, our 3rd year now, and we'll continue to update that playbook each year with the improvements that we have in our systems. Oh, and the brochure as well. Thank you, Dr. Galligan. You also have a copy of the MTSS parent brochure, and that's available at our schools. So for parents that want to learn more about these 3 levels of support, they can learn about that in this brochure. Okay, let's move to the data. And so this particular slide shows you what you would want to see if the MTSS systems are operating as they should. Most of this data is not new to you, so I'll go fairly quickly through this data. But what you want to see in general is if these systems are in place, you will see that the red, or the intensive, and the orange will decrease over the years, and that's exactly what you see depicted here in this slide. And this is from our NWA benchmark data. And then on the opposite side of the continuum, you would want to see that your blue and your green is going to get bigger over the course of your years, because those students will have access to those supports year after year. And so this is just a great visual illustration of what it would look like if you have strong systems in place. This next slide contains 2 visuals that are new for us, and we just got access to these last week from NWA, but I thought that they, again, showed what it looks like in our system, and again, showing how strong the systems are. The top portion of the slide highlights the growing effectiveness of the systems. And what you will see here is that if everything were average in our system, you would see that the decile levels, and without going too deep into statistics, but if it were broken up into tens, okay, across our district, in a normal distribution, you would see that those percentages would go out to where that black vertical line is at the 10% mark. So again, you take your population, you would divide it in tenths, and then if it were normally distributed, you'd see all of those green lines going out to that particular line. If you had a strong MTSS system, you would see that all of the bar graphs that are below 50% would actually go below the 10% mark, and the graphs that are 50% and above would be above that 10% mark. And that's actually exactly what you see in this particular slide. So if you think about it in terms of a race, you would see that if you distributed your racers throughout the race on average and they were all placed proportionally apart, that would be what you would see if all the bars went to the 10% mark. But again, in our race, or our analogy, you see that our runners are actually proportionally ahead in the race. And so, again, that's attributed to our systems that are in place. What you see in the bottom graph is an illustration of growth. And so not only are we seeing overall achievement that is outpacing what they see on the national average, you can see that all students, no matter where they are in the achievement decile, even the students that are in the lower deciles, that those particular students outpace the national growth significantly. And you can see that through the black line in that bottom graph. That vertical line represents the 50th percentile. And you see that all of the graphs for those deciles significantly outpace that. And so that, again, gives us great data to see that these systems are working, and we want to continue working on them moving forward to make them even more effective. These next slides contain similar information, just in a different visual. This slide, again, shows us that all of our students are above on the achievement of the national average at 50%. What these slides show you, though, are perhaps more interesting for us at this point, and they talk about our subgroups that we have been paying particular attention to. And in particular, this slide shows our English learners. And so you can see, again, that even this particular group, if everyone was at where the national average was, you would see that they would be at where the dotted blue line is. But on average, you can see that each grade level shows that our students who are English learners are outpacing that particular mark. The same is true, and we're very proud of this as well this year, with our students that have IEPs, or our students that are in special education. Typically, sometimes you can see that across the nation that this particular graph would show bar graphs that are below that dotted line that's there, but that is not the case in our district this year. As you can see that in every one of those, each of those grade levels, you can see that it outpaces the average of the 50%. So that is extremely a positive thing for us to see, and kudos to our special education staff, our general education teachers, our paras, and our administrators for the great work that they're doing with this. This is math, and it pretty much replicates what you just saw in English language arts. Again, this is everyone on this particular slide, and this is our students that are in grades 1 through 5. Again, showing something very similar, and just that we are above where we would be expected to perform. This one here shows our English language learners in math, and this one here is our students with disabilities as well. And you can see we have a couple levels we're slightly below, but again, trending towards more grade levels than not that are above where they would be expected to perform. Okay, and with behavior, most of this data, again, is not new to you. However, some of this just came in as far as seeing the growth in our systems. And so with respect to MTSSB, again, this year we saw a 3% jump in our student perception data with respect to school climate. That looks primarily at our positive behavior intervention systems. And so you can see a continued improvement there, and that has been a 4-year consecutive trend of improving each year. The same is true for sense of belonging. We see a 2% increase this year. This one is a particularly important metric as the entire nation is tracking this, is to see how our students are doing with respect to their sense of belonging. And again, this year we see this particularly applies to our tier 1 levels, but that at using that metric, our staff, when they are surveyed, we showed a 1% increase in students are orderly and well-behaved, again, especially at the tier 1 level, which would correlate with the improvement that the students are seeing in the school climate as well. And again, that is a 4-year consecutive trend for improvement there. And lastly, we see some other data points that came from our recent employee satisfaction survey. And so the one that I probably highlight the most is the first one, which says, I am supported with my professional development and our training, is that very much reflects the work that the district and the schools have been doing with respect to the MTSS systems. And so you can see, again, a 4-year of improvements there on that particular metric. And so lastly, before I hand this off to Dr. Galligan and Dr. DeMarteau, sometimes folks will hear me say that this does not happen magically, and that these types of results only come because of very intentional planning, very intentional collaboration that occurs between district office staff, school leaders, and our collaborative teams of our teachers that are at our schools. And that is where the magic comes from. And so now we'll hear about some of the specific content that we made improvements on this year. Dr. Galligan.
As Dr. Zerbach said, these results are not accidental. At the center of our work is shared ownership. Our district guiding coalition brings together all of the departments that you see there, and this is unique. All of our departments do come together to look at student achievement. There's a clear focus on what our schools and our students need to be successful. Academic supports, behavioral systems, and every department across our organization are aligned toward that simple goal of student achievement and well-being. I'm proud to say that this work is not isolated. It is an ongoing coordinated effort with curriculum, instruction, leadership, and operations all contributing to a united system designed to support every student. You can see that in the left image. To ensure that all means all, our schools use clearly defined team structures at every level, and you can see those team structures across the top in those colored boxes. From the district guiding coalition to site-based guiding coalitions and intervention teams. This is not a happenstance structure. This has been growing and in process probably for the last 4 to 5 years, where we have refined with our leaders at our schools and our teacher teams. It is intentionally designed to embed responsibility for student success across all educators, teachers, administrators, and both school and district support staff. Each team has a specific role, and together they create a system that ensures students are consistently identified, supported, and monitored across every school. Our academic work through the District Guiding Coalition has been intentional and focused on strengthening the core of instruction across our schools. We've continued to bring Tier 1 instructional consistency so that every student has access to high-quality instruction in every classroom, regardless of level or location. And I think the key word there is consistency across our classrooms, our teachers, and our schools. At the same time, we've strengthened our PLC systems to ensure teams are working collaboratively and effectively using data to make informed instructional decisions. That has led to improved use of data at all levels of the system, not just collecting it, but actually using it to respond to student needs. As you know, we get a lot of data, and once upon a time, we just got our data and didn't look at it. That's different now. We've also intentionally worked on building instructional leadership capacity across our schools, ensuring leaders are equipped to support this work. And importantly, we've maintained a focused effort on supporting all student groups, and as you just heard from Gary about our subgroups, EL, special ed, and gifted, through targeted supports, evidence-based interventions, and intentional staffing and scheduling structures. As you noticed, our subpopulations exceeded their growth goal for this year on NWA reading and math, with our special education students growing at 59%, the same as their gen ed peers. The results you saw that Gary validated with an intentional system where Tier 1 core instruction is strong, Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports are in place when students need more of those supports. This is what that looks like in practice. Across our schools, Tier 1 is strong, high-quality instruction in every classroom. When students need more, Tier 2 provides targeted support, and Tier 3 delivers intensive intervention. Our goal is really simple, but also complex, meeting the needs of students where they are and ensuring they get what they need to be successful at that grade level and into the future grade levels. Our behavioral work through the District Guiding Coalition has followed the same intentional systems approach. We focused first on establishing strong Tier 1 and Tier 2 systems with fidelity, ensuring that clear expectations and consistent practices are in place across all of our schools. At the same time, we've strengthened our Tier 3 supports and the training needed to ensure staff can effectively respond to all students requiring more intensive behavioral interventions. A key part to this work has been building strong behavioral data systems. This allows our teams to not only identify students in need of support, but to monitor progress and adjust interventions in a timely way. In addition, all of this data is reviewed by the District Guiding Coalition as well, so that as a full system, we are all looking at the same data. We've also focused on building leadership capacity and behavior systems so that this work is sustained at the school level. Just like academics, this is about creating a proactive, consistent, and responsive system, one where behavior is supported through clear structures, strong data use, and aligned practices across our district. This is what our behavioral system looks like in practice across our schools. At Tier 1, every campus has established a common set of expectations, often represented through a unique acronym that reflects their school community. What you see here is Constitution's SOAR acronym, which reinforces essential academic and social behaviors. This is consistent across the district. Every school has defined and teaching of these expectations clearly. And Dr. Zerbach and team have really worked with our administrators on this. At Tier 2, our schools have fully embraced behavior academies. These are not isolated interventions. They operate with an all-hands-on-deck approach where staff across the campus are engaged in supporting students who need additional structure and guidance. And for students who need more intensive support, Tier 3 provides individualized interventions designed to meet specific behavioral needs. Together, this creates a system that is proactive across our classrooms and school spaces, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. At the core of this work is strong teacher collaboration. Our educators are not working in isolation. They are working together in structured teams to plan instruction, review student data, and respond to both academic and behavioral needs. This collaboration ensures consistency across our classrooms and allows teachers to share strategies, problem solve, and collectively take responsibility for student success. It's also where our MTSS-A and MTSS-B systems come together. Teams are not working in isolation. They are looking at the whole child and making decisions that align both academic and behavioral supports. I think you heard two words again, consistency and not in isolation. Because of this structure, PLCs ensure that responsibility for student success is shared, decisions are data-driven, and supports are timely and targeted. This is what allows us to move from systems on paper to impact in our classrooms. To ensure this work is implemented with fidelity across our system, we conduct fall and spring walkthroughs in our schools. These are not evaluative. They are focused on understanding how our systems are showing up in classrooms and where we can provide support. This year, we visited 44 schools and over 500 classrooms, giving us a strong system-wide view of instructional and behavioral practices. These walkthroughs allowed us to look for consistency in Tier 1 instruction, the use of collaborative structures, and the alignment of academic and behavioral supports. Just as importantly, this process creates a feedback loop. We use what we see here to refine our supports, strengthen professional learning opportunities, and ensure that what we've designed at the district level is implemented with consistency and purpose across every classroom. This is a cool slide here, and I hope you can look at it closely. This data reflects what we actually are seeing during our classroom visits across the district. It gives us a clear picture of how consistently our instruction and behavioral expectations are showing up in classrooms. We're looking at key practices like the DVUSD WAY strategy of clear procedures and routines in our classrooms, opportunities for students to collaborate, strong engagement, and the thoughtful use of digital tools. These are all indicators of strong Tier 1 instruction. What matters is that we don't just collect this data, we use it in our guiding coalitions and share it with our schools. It helps us plan professional learning, provide targeted support to schools, and identify both what's working well and where we still need to keep growing. That ongoing cycle, what we expect, what we see, and how we respond, is what drives continuous improvement across our system. And Dr. De Martaro will take over.
Good evening. We want to highlight on the next slide how we're moving forward to support our efforts with MTSS. So moving forward, We are going to continue to provide supports that build capacity at all of our campuses. We've been very intentional in spreading out the knowledge amongst our staff and our teachers to support this learning. So each site next year will have a DVUSD Way instructional leader. These leaders will be trained to model instruction, provide feedback, and support principals with professional learning on their campuses. We will continue with our model PLC teacher leaders who continue to strengthen team-level PLC work, especially supporting new teams and understanding the process. And they will work alongside our instructional leaders to strengthen Tier 1 instruction. For our schools who have instructional coaches, they will also be trained in the DVUSD way, and so that we have aligned instructional support. I'll talk about this a little bit. We're going to start this training at the PLC Summit this summer. On the next slide, we're looking at pre-K-12. So we also build capacity in our leaders. So we'll continue to build capacity in our leaders at pre-K-12. You can see from our structure this year, we focused on the first 3 DVUSD Way instructional strategies, which were procedures and routines, clarity of learning targets, and vocabulary instruction. So starting next year, we'll continue to reinforce those, and we'll move on to the next 3 strategies, which are modeling, guided practice with feedback, and collaborative learning. We will differentiate instruction for our leaders, just like we will for our DVUSD Way leaders and our model PLC teacher leaders. On the next slide, this is kind of cool. So this is a new idea that we had this year. We have a lot of people reach out to us across the state, actually across the nation, and we've even had people internationally come to look at what we are doing in PLCs. So we used to just kind of take them on a tour every time they would call us, and we thought we'd be a little bit more intentional. So we created a Power of We PLC Day to highlight the work that our teachers and our staff are doing throughout DVUSD. So our first one was on January 26th. We held it at Mountain Ridge High School. In the morning, we focused on the processes that we have in DVUSD, and in the afternoon, we split the teams, and they went and saw collaborative teams both at Mountain Ridge and at Legend Springs. And so you can see by the highlights of the quotes on the right, the takeaways that the participants had. One of the superintendents from the Valley said it was the best, hands down, professional learning she had ever had in her career. It's easy to highlight work here in Deer Valley because we really could go to any of our schools. Everybody's doing this work with great success. We're very proud of them. Next. This is a journey of our summits. We started holding our own and hosting our own PLC summits because we know that there's a lot of value in the room. The experts are in our Deer Valley classrooms, and we discovered that we knew that, but after a while, we knew we could learn probably more from each other than going to conferences, so we do both. But starting in 2022, we had our first annual PLC Summit, and this year we're going to host our 5th annual PLC Summit. Over the years, we have been able to provide learning from teachers to teachers for thousands of DVUSD staff members. This year, we're doing a 2-part summit. The first part is for our new DVUSD Way instructional leaders and our model PLC teacher leaders and our instructional coaches to come together to really become experts in those instructional strategies from the DVUSD Way. And then part 2 is our cross-collaboration time where teams are coming together with special educators and EL educators so that we can plan scaffolds for our students. Right now we have over 220 teachers signed up to participate in the second part of that. So we're very excited about that. All right, so now I'm super excited to share our success stories. We have so many. I'm glad that there's a room full here to join with us in celebration because it's hard to pick the success stories. It's very easy to find them in Deer Valley. Tonight, we're fortunate to celebrate a little bit from MTSSA and from NTSSB. First, this slide kind of indicates that our work is highly intentional. At the district level, we partner with school leaders to design professional learning that directly supports instruction. We've worked to align all of our departments, as Dr. Galligan mentioned in a previous slide, to support student learning. At the campus level, this work is grounded in the PLC process, the DVUSD way, along with curriculum resources and support from our PLC team, coaches, and specialists. First, we're going to start with Paseo Hills. We know that Paseo Hills is a strong example of what focused collaboration and persistence can do. We want to thank the Paseo Hills team for being here tonight as we celebrate the work that they've been doing on their campus. On the next slide, we have some specific examples. At Paseo Hills, we know that their work is grounded in the belief that all truly means all. They've built a culture where students support one another, take ownership of learning, and celebrate growth. Teachers consistently implement the DVUSD Way strategies with ongoing support of instructional coaches, the PLC training team, the CIA department, and teams as they collaborate weekly to refine instruction and respond to student needs. You can see by the green arrows the instructional strategies in which Paseo has been focused on this year. On the right, you can see their overall achievement and growth for ELA and math from NWEA. Not only is their achievement impressive, but their growth is in the 63rd and 64th percentile. So as Dr. Z pointed out earlier, the 50th percentile is the national norm. It represents basically students staying on track, like a year's worth of growth, more or less. Anything above the 50th percentile with the number of students that we have, we just spoke with NWA last year, is extremely, extremely hard to push. So 51% is incredible, 52% is great, 53% is like, wow. So when you're seeing growth scores like Dr. Z was pointing out earlier, it's not a little deal, it's a big deal. So we're really proud of the 63rd and 64th percentile as a school for Paseo Hills. Let's give them a round of applause. On the next slide, specifically, in the 7th and 8th grade classrooms at Paseo Hills, the impact of strong Tier 1 instruction and intentional collaboration comes to life each day through the work of Mrs. Grotto and Ms. Pletsky in ELA and math. At the start of the year, both teachers noticed a common need that students were capable, but they lacked confidence in engaging with complex text and multi-step problem solving. Grounded in the belief that all means all and that we celebrate growth, they leaned on the DVUSD way, building classrooms where students took ownership of their learning and supported one another. In Ms. Grotto's 7th and 8th grade ELA classes, the growth lies this year in the result of the students' consistent hard work and dedication. Each day they fully immerse themselves in reading and writing, thoughtful discussions, and deep analysis of their work. They are deeply enthusiastic and they're given opportunities every day to lead conversations, help their peers, coach each other, and make realistic reading goals for their learning. In Ms. Pletsky's 7th and 8th grade math classes, similar shifts were happening. Growth in math begins with a willingness to problem solve. This year, they had a focus on growth and content understanding and tracking that growth. Students set goals for themselves and celebrated their successes. They used visual models and step-by-step representations to tackle complex problems. They often were up and moving around, working collaboratively at whiteboards, so they were more confident working independently. It became common to see students explaining their thinking to peers, asking clarifying questions, and celebrating when someone mastered a new concept because in the classroom, everyone's success mattered. What made this growth even more powerful, and I'd also like to highlight, is the work of the multi-school collaborative team. So Paseo Hills also works a lot. I know it's every month. Sometimes it's more than that. They also have release time with Deer Valley Middle and Desert Sky. And they come together for a dedicated time for half-day planning. Ms. Grotto and Ms. Pletsky work alongside their multi-school peers from Deer Valley Middle and Desert Sky. Through this collaboration, they share practices, they analyze data, they align their instruction to ensure consistency and rigor across all of the campuses. These conversations were not just about planning, they were about problem solving, reflecting, and continuously improving Tier 1 instruction. The result is really clear, and I know that's really small, but what you would see is that it doesn't matter the demographic, the growth is possible at every campus. And what you'll see is that the growth in all 5 of those campuses, which are title schools and non-title schools, is above the 50th percentile. On the next, so congratulations. Yay. Okay, on the next slide, we'd like to celebrate O'Connor and the work that they've been doing with MTSSB. So Dr. Miller and Christy Kroger are over here to join us tonight. Christy is the Campus Improvement Coordinator. She's also the MTSS A and B Specialist. And so O'Connor has really done incredible work streamlining their work with their MTSS A and B systems across all 3 tiers. They have clear processes, strong data, and consistent supports in place. This has allowed them to proactively address student behaviors and academics and to create a more supportive learning environment. What you see here is really intentional work. So this is a site intervention team agenda. At the top, you can see the members of the team. It's really important because each of those members of the team interact differently with the students that come to the team. So they all have different perspectives on the students that are being discussed and who they're talking about, the types of interventions that the school can provide. They identified the necessary school roles for student support to make up that team. And then if you look down to the identify and match portion, you can see these are the very clear criteria for students who enter into interventions for Tier 3. So you see there are health and home, which things happen with our kids. They might lose a parent, they might be in crisis, they might be in a foster care situation. That is one of the entry criteria. They might be in a Tier 3 classroom. They might have 2 or more Fs and needing credit recovery, or they might be an EL student who specifically is pre-emergent or basic proficiency, and that would qualify them for Tier 3. At the bottom, you'll see that the team uses multiple data points to determine the needs of the students, and it's not there, but they also have ongoing notes that they keep so that they can see the progress of the student and discuss the growth that they are making. They meet weekly and discuss students at every grade level. And at this time of the year, seniors get talked about every single week because it's really important that we get them to graduate at the stadium. So this is one small snippet into the work of MTSS-A. On the next slide, you can see similar work in MTSS-B, which is more focused on behavior. We still do the same process of identifying matching students, so the needs are a little bit different in MTSS-B. We still have clear entry and exit criteria, so things like chronic discipline, a student might be in a crisis situation, there might be a threat assessment, and then there's specific interventions that we have for our students. At the bottom, you can see this is like the data at a glance for MTSS-A and B. So you can see for MTSS-A, this is current. There are currently 146 students identified by name and need who are receiving scaffolded support. So that's beyond Tier 1, that's Tier 2, and that one's Tier 3, thank you. For MTSS-B, we have 160 students who are in our behavior academies. And so if you're wondering what the behavior academies are, I wrote them down somewhere. They are organization, check-in, check-out, lessons in respect, time management, and chronic absenteeism, and vape education. And then we have 6 students who are participating in a 10-day intensive behavior plan. So there's a lot of data points there. We work with the Hannigans from Solution Tree, John and Jessica, and when they came and visited this team, they said it was the most impressive secondary team that they have ever seen across the nation. They also travel globally. So we're really, really proud of the work at O'Connor and MTSSB and across our district. And then the final slide, so yay. And the final slide is our next steps. So you can see we're really intentional in the work that we do across our district. We will continue to align our structures to continue consistent practices, as Dr. Galligan mentioned, continue to use data to drive our decisions, early intervention, and to support our staff with staffing, professional learning, time structures, systems, resources, and consistency. Thank you, and that's the end of our presentation.
Thank you, all of you. Any questions or comments from the board, from any of the three? Yes, Dr. Pack.
Thank you for that presentation. I also want to thank whoever put in the proficiency data, not just growth data, because growth is great, but we also need to be looking at proficiency. So I appreciate that much. Thank you.
Anyone else? Good stuff. Thank you so much. It's glad to see all that hard work's paying off. I mean, you're 10 years into it. We've obviously got enough of a trend going to see that the effort's paying off. So thank you for your diligence on that, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Miss Mock.
Dr. Cal, bring up the remote. Thank you. President Carver, Dr. Finch, members of the board, and guests here this evening. I am pleased to present a long-range planning report this evening. This is a follow-up from the last report and governing board item we had on March 10th. The work has not stopped as Deer Valley continues to be a declining district, and we continue to look at the best use of our resources in our school buildings across the district. But to refresh everyone's memory, the main significant report we presented was on February 17th to the governing board. We talked about the state of the district being a large geographic district with growth in only certain spots of the district, but overall declining. We reviewed the timeline of the long-range planning committee from May of 2025 all the way through February and March of 26. And then we reviewed feedback that we had received from the governing board at the February 17th meeting. We had about 2 slides of feedback and questions. And so then when we came back on March 10th, we had these 7 slides where we addressed all of the questions and concerns of the governing board regarding a recommendation for boundary changes that had been presented for the 26-27 school year. I think most folks will remember that that recommendation was not approved. It failed for a lack of a majority vote, but or actually there were 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 slides of information. But the committee continued. And so as a refresh as well, these are the recommendations that we presented then on February 17th and March 10th. We had some minor boundary adjustments for the Berry Goldwater region, including a northern section of Sonoran Foothills recommended to move up to Sunset Ridge. We had some boundary adjustments between Union Park and Norterra Canyon. Union Park is a school that is overcrowded, and Norterra Canyon is under capacity. We had a recommendation then moving to Boulder Creek High School region that would take a portion of the Canyon Springs boundary that's east of I-17 and move it closer to Anthem Elementary. And again, here's that Sonoran Foothills to Sunset Ridge, since it would affect both Berry Goldwater and Boulder Creek regions. And then we also talked about potential boundary changes for Sandra Day O'Connor region. That includes an area that is currently boundaried for Paseo Hills, but it is west of 35th Avenue and closer to Desert Sage. So there was a recommendation for a new development that's going in at 39th Avenue and Pinnacle Peak to move to Desert Sage. And some currently mostly uninhabited areas of the Stetson Hills boundary that would be moved to some staying at Stetson Hills, some moving to Inspiration Mountain, and a portion moving to Canyon Springs. There was this corner of mostly the Inspiration Mountain boundary, but also a small section of Stetson Hills that were proposed to go to Las Brisas, which is a highly underutilized campus. And that was the, sorry, something stuck in the back of my throat. That was all of the recommendations that were then not approved on March 10th. But work continued. The committee met on March 23rd and reviewed the process of the committee and ways to make improvements moving forward. But
part of that meeting was we did survey all of the committee members and determine who wanted to continue with the committee and who did not. As you can see here, several of the committee members resigned following the first phase of the long-range planning. And that included we had a parent from each high school region, and 4 of those parents resigned. Now, technically, we never did have a parent from the Mountain Ridge region, and so that one remains open. We had a classified staff member at large and an exempt staff member at large that we need to replace as well. In addition to those 6 positions, we had 2 other positions that have already been filled that were vacated, and that is the Deer Valley Building Leadership Team member or principal and our administrator at large. We are currently accepting applications electronically through Sunday, May 10th at 11:59 p.m. Each of those positions will be filled by selecting qualified candidates at random, and we will notify all applicants via email whether or not they were selected. And this committee composition continues to follow the standard district committee composition that we use for all of our public committees that include parents and representation from the public. The next meeting, it's kind of hard to see right there, but it's the bottom right-hand corner. We actually have another meeting scheduled. It's going to be May 21st at 5 p.m. here in the governing boardroom. As a reminder, these meetings are open to the public for spectators, but only members of the committee participate in the actual meeting. In that meeting, we will review any changes that we are making to the committee moving forward, but most importantly, we have also now received the updated demographer's report. We received it in April, and it is posted on the website in 2 places to include the long-range planning committee page, but also the district budget 411 page. And so if you check that page, it's actually, we have I think over a dozen of our past demographers' reports. That's typically where we house them. So you'll be able to find it in both places. As a reminder, the demographers' report was received in the exact same time frame that we receive the report every year. Work starts in mid-October to early November based on our 40th day enrollment for the current school year. And the demographer then completes the rest of the work on the 100-some page report that we typically then receive in the spring. And so as we move forward, we will compare the new demographer's report to what we received and had been working on previously. And then the next report would be expected in April or May of next year. But some of the main insights from the demographer's report is that the district continues to have sustained enrollment decline attributable to fewer school-age children and an aging population. The kindergarten classes continue to decrease, but we do believe that should level out soon. Our future growth does exist in the district, but timing and impact are uncertain. So what that means is when the growth will occur. We do have many housing developments coming up in the district, but it's just a matter of time of how long it takes for that construction to occur and where across the district it will occur. And notably, Union Park and Sonoran Foothills are projected to have the largest enrollment increase in the district from now through 2031. And I'll let Dr. Galligan talk a little bit about the impact that has on those 2 schools.
I'm going to specifically talk about Union Park for next year. You can take a look at the bold categories in yellow. Right now, there is no remaining space at that school, which could pose an operational risk. There are no additional or available classrooms or flexible spaces. There are significant concerns when we do have those heat advisories or rain days for indoor recess, supervision, and maintaining a duty-free lunch. Our before and after school program is impacted next year. They have lost their dedicated space. They will be in a cart. So you can't really do too much with childcare on a cart because they're going to be in different spaces. Plus, that before and after school program is going to have to be capped at 40 students. We currently have 72 contracts admitted right now, and we are already on a wait list with 20 children. So the direct impact on families and student access to this care is impacted next year. There's loss of instructional spaces, specifically the science lab. The science teacher was relocated to take over the lab as a classroom, eliminating that shared access for science experiments for other grade levels, and it reduces that hands-on learning, which is why we have science labs across our K-8 and middle schools. The core program disruptions for Spanish on a cart, so our half-time Spanish teacher will be on a cart using K-4 classrooms during teacher prep time. That impacts the 10 teachers who are losing their classroom during that prep time for planning together. The multi-purpose room overextension, it's divided now because of overcrowding into the cafeteria gym, and the stage now becomes a second gym. This limits the flexibility and it creates a scheduling constraints for our fine arts programs, for the programs that are physical education, and again, when there are heat advisories and rainy days, that impacts where kids can go safely. And then our grade level disruptions due to that growth that they have had in past years that will continue to grow next year. Our 6th grade classroom had to be relocated away from the other 6th grade teachers. So they're separated from the 300 building into the 500 building. Kindergarten, our EL teachers are displaced for half of a classroom, and special ed speech are sharing classrooms, which is not necessarily a challenge, except when you have a large campus and multiple kids. Our 7th grade team is preserved, but at the cost of the science lab access. This is just an example of this one school that has been overcrowded and continues to be overcrowded next year. It significantly impacts the general education population of that campus, families, kids, teachers. I could share more, but this is one example. Sonoran Foothills, Inspiration Mountain are similar. They are not, although, on a wait list for childcare at those two campuses. Union Park is the campus that is on a wait list for childcare.
And so that takes us to the next steps for the committee. The district is in a position where we still have schools that are highly underutilized and campuses that are overcrowded, and so the committee work continues. As stated previously, we are going to work on replacing the committee members, applications through May 10th, and then the selection process will occur at random between May 11th and May 15th. Direct communications are going out to parents, and tomorrow or Thursday in Deer Valley Voice for those two staff positions. And so we will collect those applicants electronically and have the next meeting on May 21st, where we will look at the process moving forward and review new data. Some of the feedback that we received from the committee when we met on March 23rd was that we actually provided too much data and information, and it was difficult to weed through. So we will really hone in with the committee on what type of data that they would like to see in order to make recommendations. Committee work will continue May through December and continue the next phase, although we don't exactly know what that looks like at this time. Email future@dvusd.org is still available. Website dvusd.org/boundaries is still available with updated information, including meeting dates. We do plan to have all of the meetings on Thursdays. They're not set quite yet. We wanted to have them available before we selected any committee members. However, it is very difficult to schedule in a future school year before you get there sometimes. And so we are working on that. One of the changes we're going to make is ensure that we get our schedule out early enough to make sure our meetings are in the boardroom. When we have them in the Innovation Center, it's just not conducive to being able to hear very well with the voluminous ceilings in there and kind of the way that speech echoes, especially when you're not on a microphone. So those are some of the most immediate changes that we're going to make. So when we send out those communications to staff and to parents, we do say we don't know the exact dates, but we do know that meetings are going to be on Thursdays. And so if you are going to submit an application to fill one of those vacant spots on the committee, we ask that you have Thursdays available. And that concludes our report.
Questions from the board? Stephanie first? Go ahead. Okay. Simachek?
Thank you. I have a few questions. The first question is, Why do we continue to allow open enrollment at Union Park and Sonoran and Inspiration Mountain if the schools are at full capacity, especially since families, did move into these homes, and while they purchased their homes, they were told these were their home schools. I'm just curious why we keep allowing open enrollment.
Ms. Simicek, President Carver, members of the board. We actually have a governing board policy for our open enrollment, and we stick to that policy. It's based on ratios. Spaces for students outside of the district are limited. Spaces are held for students inside the district or at the campus, and so we use that same process at that school that we would use for any other campus and would only accept that open enrollment so long as spaces were available. If students are already open enrolled in the program, they're automatically rolled up and get to continue and remain at that campus, and that's where you might have some more of that overcrowding, is that before the campus was overcrowded, those individuals were allowed to open enroll, they are allowed to continue in the program, and then as you have new residents move in, that is when the campus continues to grow, and we would not take away that open enrollment from the students that are there already.
So then we're allowing open enrollment students to have priority over students who live in the neighborhood, let's say if we were to rezone again.
Ms. Simicek, I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you restate
it
that?
Seems like the families that are also established there and that's been their home school, then they are required. So if we do a rezoning again, the students whose locations their boundaries get changed might be required to go to a different school, but the kids who have open enrolled don't have to worry about that.
Members of the board, Ms. Simicek, that same governing board policy allows those students who are already there to remain at that campus open enrolled. And I think we said that we would do some grandfathering for transportation for them. And so we use that policy and some of the leniency that we have to make that transition so that those who are already in the neighborhood can stay at the campus as well.
Okay. My second question is, why were parents just sent a letter? We as board members, we know when to receive the agenda, but the majority of our community doesn't go out and seek the agenda. But they received an email 2 hours ago to let them know that we would be discussing this evening at this board meeting. Why do we not make that announcement to our community prior when we found out, let's say, as board members?
Ms. Simicek, members of the board, this report came up relatively late and was added to the agenda Thursday, April 23rd. And so we worked on Friday and Monday to craft that message to parents. The goal was to get it out yesterday. It did go out today. This meeting is recorded. Future@dvusd.org is still open for any comments. There's no action on the agenda tonight. It's really just historical information of what's occurred to date so far, and notice of the meeting on May 21st, as well as notification for those open positions. And so that going out today gives parents who might want to apply for those open positions from today until May 10th in order to apply for them.
It's just that it gave them very short notice if they wanted to come speak to the presentation tonight, because the way things seem to work here is that we get the presentation, the information, and then it's the next meeting we're voting on it, and that doesn't allow very much time for our community, involved, which is exactly the issue that we had with this whole boundary, was the delay in things and the lack of providing, time, enough time for people to be able to provide their feedback. And then when they did provide the feedback, then it wasn't even necessarily considered. Some things were, I'm not going to say not everything, but some things were not considered. And here we are again going through my last question, my third question is, I can't remember, a couple of meetings ago, we were presented with how one of the committees was formed. And it brought in like all new teachers and parents and all of it. I'm pretty sure it was a curriculum way that was formed. And so I still have the same questions I'm always having, is like the idea that parents who might be involved, at this level, in like the Barry Goldwater district, for example, which is very much affected by this, there's no opportunity for any parent now, it sounds like, based off of the openings that are available, and the only way we supposedly do committees is there's no opportunity for a parent to be involved in that, because that seat appears to still be held. And I'm wondering, where does the opportunity come in for the community's voice when they do go to the meetings and they do share, but none of that gets so far what we saw in that last bit was that didn't get really taken into consideration until right there at the end when we thought, okay, well, if they're Spanish immersion, then yeah, we'll get them a bus. I mean, these are things that were discussed, and I appreciate being taken in consideration, but at the same time, parents were not notified. Even the board didn't know that at that point until we were in that final meeting. And so I'm just putting a warning out there, I guess, of all of my questions that I'm asking, is that it really feels like we're on the same track to be doing exactly what we did before and not taking into consideration what the community had asked us to do, and maybe reevaluate that because it wasn't successful the last time. And it sounds like there have been other boards prior to this board that have also experienced the same thing. And I'm just wondering, why are we not using this as an example to say, hey, maybe we need to reevaluate how we put our committees together? And because I know that we do it with other committees, because you guys went through a whole thing about how this other committee, and I'm just still so confused in trying to understand why some committees are done one way, some are the other, and why we're not using the feedback from the community that happened a month ago to help move forward and build a committee where everybody has a voice, or more people have a voice, or try something else. That's it.
You want me to go? You give me that look. A couple responses. Number one, public can't speak during presentations. The committee formation follows our board process. And that's the whole point of committees. The reason why we don't make a committee, remember there's about 12 schools that are impacted with this. If we did 12 times 2 or 3 representatives just for the schools that could be impacted, and then you have your regular structure, you're in with a committee of 35 to 50. So this is the reason why we do it this way. It's because we want unbiased participants, because we want what's best for the district. Now back to the feedback loops, there are plenty of opportunities to give feedback. They've had actually another month where this has sat dormant. We haven't heard anything. Again, there's no action tonight. This is just a report on the latest news. And so they'll have 2 weeks, or I don't know, a month, or whatever we decide to bring it back to speak at that time. So this is our process. This is how we do it. And this is the purpose of committees with each equal representation around the district.
Dr. Pack?
First of all, what she said, but let me just add. I binge watched all the meetings last night because I'm like, I don't even remember what our questions were and what we didn't get answered and what we asked to have answered and what's still out there waiting to be answered. So my apologies for notes all over the place. I do some color highlighting, but the bottom line is, in my mind, the difference of doing to versus doing with is what I see. Participatory decision-making, everyone has been listened to when you have that. And the outcome is support. Not everybody's going to be happy. We know there's crowding. We know we have to make a change. We all agree on that. And you're never going to make everybody happy. But if people are listened to and they understand the process and they're given notice and time to come speak to it, I was under the impression we're getting a district report because I asked for an update when I talked to President Carver about what's going on with the committee now that there's vacancies. Because when I attended that last meeting on whatever it was, March 25th, and sat in the back of the room, there was just a handful, 3-4 people there and lots of vacancies. And so we were talking about one of those meetings, President Carver, you had mentioned having a start date and an end date and making it clear and available to people. So it could be more, for lack of an overused word, transparent. So everybody understands how the committees, how the committees was formed, is going to be backfilled, continue to be formed. And frankly, nobody responded because the email that said, let me know what you want to do, option A, option 2, option B, option C, respond to you and you. We can't do that. You cannot do that in open meeting law. We're told not to do that. So the fact that I didn't respond, and I cannot speak for my other board members, the fact that I did not respond is not because I have an opinion or that I don't want to see this problem solved. I don't want teachers teaching on carts. That's hard to do. I've had to do it. So it's not that we don't have any thoughts on it. We have thoughts on it, but it's the way it's being handled. And I have all the questions from the meetings that I don't still think were answered. One of them was the Copperhead Trail, the smaller map where you couldn't see the roads, a kid crossing on a busy street. That was not clear. I never did get the answer to that. And we were going to get an updated map. You asked how the committees were formed, and Dr. Finch, you said you were asking Ms. Simichek, a committee was selected, a committee's already selected, why don't we adjust the committees? Dr. Finch said we can check for Ms. Simichek on the committee. I asked about it being in April, it was formed in April, met in May, so it's just a lot of conversation about the muddy water of the committees. So, there is a question here somewhere. Paul asked about, President Carver asked about the ETA and the transportation. There was a question about the grandfathering. At the 310 meeting, a slide was shown to us about the grandfathered transportation eligible students, how they may continue attending UP with transportation. So, 11th hour on that, but yay, we have that for up to 3 years, I think it said on the recording. But is that Spanish immersion only or all displaced kids? So I have a lot of questions, even after I watched the videos a second time. One parent spoke and said, what about a 3-year request? Because these kids have already gone through being changed. The one family, they had to go to 4 schools, and she was very specific about the 4 schools they went to. And the point that when the Spanish immersion, moving them or not moving them is not going to change the number of kids. And so there's just a lot. And I just asked for clarification, but if it's going to be brought next meeting in 2 weeks to vote on, I will vote no, because I still am not any more clear than I was last time. And so I totally get the crowded. I get that. I've worked in that situation. It's hard, but you can't make a decision just because you feel pressured because there's nowhere to put the kids, because we have to know that the community is buying into, that the community feels a part of it, that they're heard. I mean, it's a lot easier to talk to the community, say, hey, we have a problem. How can we work this? Let's work together and at least listen to them. Even if you make your own decision as a board, listening to people. Somebody might have an idea that we didn't think of. So I thank you for an update. But again, we were talking about how efficient the curriculum committee was and how it was very laid out and no questions asked. I saw that curriculum out in the lobby for a long time. Had time to see it, had time to go tell people to go see it. It felt much more organized. So take that model and do your boundaries committee that way, or make the boundaries committee a different situation with I know we do the regions, but maybe invite the community in with enough notice to hear from the parents of those schools that are within the regions. So at least everybody feels heard. So I guess my question is about that busy street and kids crossing. I really want to know about that street. Copperhead, Copper Creek, it's the one where you live, Ms. Simichek. Copperhead.
I think we also gave out the invitation to any board members that want to meet individually with Dr. Galligan and Ms. Mock to answer any questions that they might have been lost in the shuffle or misspoke. Mr. Botfeld did make that. Mr. Carver did make that appointment as well. So it's open to other board members as well. If there's if you want to double check, look at the maps again, that we are more than willing to meet with you individually to run back through stuff if you want extra
why can't
assistance.
We meet an executive, or why can't we meet as a board and have these discussions instead of having them say, well, this hasn't been done, but we can't talk to each other. That's a violation of open meeting law. So why can we not? I don't have control over agendas and scheduling. That's nothing I can do. But I feel like what was shared in that meeting when it didn't pass was that we wanted to involve the community and speak and talk together. Why are we not having a meeting set up where we can do that and go through the options and discuss, hey, this didn't work last time. Maybe we need to revisit it and do our committees differently. Anything. But we don't get the opportunity to do that because it's presentation, then you're required individually to go back, but you don't know what the feedback is with other board members. Again, that would be open meeting law. I have to keep to myself with all of this. Each individual member has to keep to themselves. Yeah, we can talk to an individual, a superintendent, but that never provides the opportunity for all of our questions and concerns to be addressed at the same time.
Just to follow up on that, I did ask for a discussion item to be added to the agenda when I discussed it with, well, actually it was, I guess, over electronic, with President Carver, and it came to a presentation, and we can ask questions. But yes, we can ask questions after a presentation, but we cannot have a communication as a board, a conversation. And so I would again ask maybe another board member to agree with me so we can vote on it, to have a discussion item added to the next meeting agenda so it's noticed ahead of time so we can have a conversation about it, and maybe we'll all feel better after we get to talk to each other, and then we'll go ahead and put the vote on the next agenda, because this would all be for the following school year. So we're not quite so rushed. You know, it's going to be crowded this year. Apologies for that, but this has to be done in a manner that the public is heard, that the board is comfortable and making an informed decision, and it's not a PR thing. It's, I care about students and teachers. I care about that. Everything we do should come back to student outcomes, and of course overcrowding is not good for students, but having students moved and parents worried, that's stress on the students, which then puts stress on the teachers. So I would ask if there's another board member that would agree with me that we could have a discussion item added to the next agenda, and then if we need to vote on it, whatever the process is, because I've asked for it, and I've been...
Dr. Pack, if I may, so you asked, I tried explaining, so this is discussion that we're having right here. If you want to talk to Ms. Simichek, talk to Ms. Simichek. We're allowed to have that discussion in an open forum. I asked you specifically if you want to have information shared, we could have that in a board report, or a district report rather, and we can have conversations, ask questions, find out where we're at with everything. I also asked you, do you want a study or work session? And you said no. I said, okay, there's only so many ways that we bring things before the board, so this has already been discussed once. This could be old business, but that would require a vote. No, I don't want to vote. Okay, so let's have it as a district report, and then we can discuss this until we're blue in the face. We can ask all of our questions, we can get all of our answers, and would that suffice? So, I mean, if your request is for all of us to sit in the room and have extensive conversation, we can have a work session, we can have a study session and open it up to the community. I asked you those questions, and this is how we end up where we are right now. So,
and just to clarify, you asked if I wanted a work study session. I don't really want an extra meeting. It's hard enough to get to these. But you can, and other districts, other school boards do it across the country, because I ask these questions when I go to all these trainings. They have a discussion item on their agenda, and yes, it's a business meeting, but this is district business. And so if we, and it could be short and done. If the time we're debating whether we could have it, we could have had it on the agenda, and we could have a discussion as a whole board.
I feel like we're hung up on semantics here. You want a discussion item, we have a discussion item started with a district report. Mrs. Fisher, yes?
I'm going to ask my question first, and then I've got a couple of other things. How many students, basically, before I even say, I'm going to ask, what is the cohort movement of the students? Do you know what we're looking at? How many students do we have that are aging out versus coming in from the school? And have you looked at what that looks like on a 5-year cycle or a 3-year cycle? So if you look at the cohort movement, you're just continuously looking, your K on, when do they move out, what's coming in, and what do our numbers look like? Do we have that data?
Mrs. Fisher, President Carver, members of the board, that would be in the demographer's report. We did not pull that out specifically for the report this evening, but we can get that information to you.
Is it? Okay. The difference, though, is when you just go off the demographer's report, he's doing a lot of estimations. He's doing a lot of other things. He's looking at a lot of other ways. Does he have that daily enrollment that's coming in and out? Does he have that complete? I know that when I was at Glendale, we literally for the first 100 days, what our enrollment looked like, we graphed it out and we looked at what our student movement would look like as the district and as each school. Does the demographer have that specific?
Mrs. Fisher, President Carver, members of the board, the demographer has our enrollment data as of typically the 40th day and has it historically for the past decade plus, if not 20 years.
Okay.
But
So-
not daily or weekly. We give him a point in time, and that's what he works off of.
Okay. So that does help. That does answer. I guess we can look at the larger for the overall. The reason it's important to look at the and I know it sounds minute, but you look at those smallers, you'll see a fall off at right around holiday time. You'll fall off at third week of school. You'll see them come back or they won't. You can get a better idea of when those students are. You look at when they're littles and they start falling off, and you realize, okay, parents are making a different choice because we have a significance. You start looking as they grow and older, are they changing? So that might be a good thing for us to look at. And that's future, because obviously we don't have it now. I want to just speak to the point that Dr. Pack was trying to make about us having a session. I think one of the biggest problems is there's a whole lot of I, me, and we up here. We're irrelevant, to be perfectly honest, and so are y'all. Because when it comes to kids, if you want buy-in, you got to think about their parents. Because I will take a whole lot of hell for other people's kids, and I've shown that in the last 10 years, 15 years. But when it comes to my kids, I will take you down to fight for my kids. All parents, I believe, have that in them. If we're not trying to get buy-in from our parents, none of these discussions are going to matter. We need an actual study session, and I know we want to be able to discuss it up here, but we need to hear and talk to our parents. They need to be able to come in, not a work session. A work session is nothing more than a presentation where the community can watch and still not talk. Because there was a time when maybe not this board, but the Deer Valley board had study sessions. This room was full to the top. And not only when it has about pay or when it's about this, it was full because people wanted to talk. Sometimes you only had 3 that would talk, but the room was full and you had a lot of head nodding and whatnot. And people wanted to be heard and they wanted to listen to what was being said. We've stopped having meaningful meetings. A business meeting, I have worked for companies that love business meetings. They will schedule you till the cows come home in a business meeting, and at the end of the day, you take all your work home and you get all your work done, because not one of the damn business meetings meant anything, because it was all just people babbling on. We need to have the community in here and talking. As I've read through my emails, and no, the community has not been silent. Whether it's emails or other contacts, we are still getting contacted. And the big thing is what they're saying, we have some that are saying, well, you're only listening to that little tiny group. And they're not really all that relevant because they're just tiny. But the reality is we're not just hearing from one tiny group. We're hearing from the group across the street, the one over at Stetson Hills, the one further beyond saying this is going to impact us this way or that way. And some of us who happen to know past board members are saying, that's not true. We didn't make those changes because we didn't have information. We were kept in the dark. And I just sat here and I listened to Ms. Simicek speak beautifully about what it is the community is asking for. And the response to what she just said was another brush off, ignore what was said, what she asked. Not a one of her questions has been answered. And they're the same questions that I had at the last meeting and the same questions that obviously Dr. Pack has had. If we have to include the community in this, and by the way, I have been at schools where we were on carts for 2 years while we built a building. And on the gym floor and on the stage and honestly, we did an agreement with a preschool to borrow their building for a year while we built one. So this is not an uncommon struggle. Kids grow great in tiny places, they really do, and we work together. But Ms. Simichek makes a great point, and saying, oh, it's board policy that we have this. No. The board policy allows you to shut down open enrollment when there's no capacity. And we all know that, and you know that, because on some level you're doing it, just not saying you're doing it. We got to be honest with our community, because they're starting to fight with themselves about what a bad thing we're doing. Half of them think the board's doing the bad thing. Half of them thinks the district's doing the bad thing. I hear some of the most conspiracy theories craziness. We have to stop. So I am officially requesting a study session. It does not have to be a separate special thing. Maybe shorten the business of the next meeting, put the study session just before it, and let's have a genuine conversation. Invite the community in when it is planned. No agenda, who cares? They'll see the agenda when it comes out. But send a notification out to the teachers, to the community. Hey, on this day, we are going to have a study session. We don't have an agenda for you. It will come out before the meeting so you can look at it, come and discuss what you need to discuss. Otherwise, we're never going to resolve this situation, because we're all left in the same spot of not a complete picture, multiple versions of information that's given. And when people say, well, why didn't you vote? Well, because it's inconsistent. I can't vote for something that I have had 3 answers to and not a single one of them matches the other one. We just don't have enough. So
and I would be open to a study session. Can public speak at a study session versus a work session? They cannot. Okay, and I don't want to be here till midnight, but I do want to hear from the public. And I've heard emails, I've heard conversations, I've heard from the public. And yes, I could have taken a day off of work and gone to meet with the cabinet members, but that's me asking a question about a road that many people have asked. So if that question could be answered here or at a study session, everybody would hear the answer, not just me, because I'm wondering, but why am I wondering? Because I heard 4 other people ask that question. So I feel like, if anything, to get everybody on the same page, we all know there's a problem, and we know we're not going to make everybody happy, but we have to be able to conversate about it and listen to people and hear ideas, and then it might be the same ideas, but it was the process that we felt like we needed, that we're asking for, and if we have it, then maybe we can move forward with this.
It's been thirded now. Thank you. So noted. So my 2 cents, back to my fellow board members here, is the meeting in which the original motion did not pass. The biggest concerns from the board was, we have concerns about how the committee was formed. Okay. So I encouraged everybody to go back and check the policy, since there is one. If you see a problem, let me know so we can address it, because if the committee was formed improperly, then we'll scrap everything and start it over again. Nobody has reached out to me, so we're going to stop talking about how the committee was formed, because obviously nobody wants to take the time to decide whether or not it was done right. Yep. The other concern was, we didn't have a start and stop date from when we accepted applications last time, and we all agreed on that. It was done horribly wrong. There were electronics issues, there was people coming in, people going issues, and so Ms. Mock has told everybody that it has just now been opened, and it will be open until May 10th at midnight. So they heard us, they did what it is that they needed to do to fill the positions that are available on the committee. If you still disagree that the committee is being formed, or if you feel that the committee is being formed improperly, I will repeat myself, find the policy, find out where it is that we're doing wrong. Please educate the rest of us so that we can hold people accountable for it. What I heard from the community, everybody keeps using the community in the very broad base of the term. What I heard from the community was a dozen or so well-intentioned parents that for the most part were all from one campus, all from one subcategory of students attending that campus. And all of the accommodations were made, as I bullet pointed during that last meeting with transportation, with grandfathering, everything that they needed so that their dual immersion child could continue to go to Union Park. We've all said really nice, colorful, flowery things about how this affects more than just one campus, but we have literally stopped everything on, was the committee formed properly, which nobody wants to do the homework to figure out, and we are stopping everything because of this one subgroup, which has been accommodated to the nth degree to make sure that their children continue to enjoy the education that they signed a contract to enjoy. And the only children that are suffering at this point are the children in the gen ed classes, in which some cases are now reaching 40 children. We'll have 1,000 kids enrolled in Sonoran Foothills next year. We don't have pre-K anymore at Union Park because we ran out of space, from what I understand, and it is now only being offered at Norterra Canyon. Pretty soon we keep going down this path. Maybe we won't have kindergarten at Union Park because we're going to end up having forced migration because we refuse to make the difficult choice because we don't want to inconvenience the 24 children that have now been accommodated in order to help facilitate the proper education for the greater whole. That's my 2 cents. We'll put the study session on something in the future. And unless anybody has anything extra for Ms. Mock, I guess I'll move on. Nothing for Ms. Mock? Anybody? Okay, thank you. On to old business 4A, Dr. Galligan. What? Yeah, we need a motion. It's old business, sorry. Dr. Pack?
I move that the governing board approve instructional calendar for school year 2028, 2029.
Is there a second? Thank you. Dr. Galligan, do you have anything new for us?
President Carver, the presentation remains the same. If you remember, 10 committee members preferred calendar B. That is the preference of the committee, is for the board to take action on calendar B.
Any questions on this topic for Dr. Galligan concerning calendar B? Hearing none. All those in favor of adopting calendar B? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Waiting.
Hasn't popped up.
I'm going to refresh my screen just in case. It's been a while.
I'm taking it more than my space.
Yeah, but it hasn't popped up. You can vote for me if you want.
Yeah, I don't have anything. Aye, please.
I refreshed it, still didn't do anything. Do you want me to vote? Yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Item 4B, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the annual K-12 use of facility field fee schedule for 2026-27.
Ms. Mock, anything? I'm sorry. Thank you, Mrs. Fisher. Ms. Mock, anything to add to the previous presentation?
President Carver, members of the board, and guests, no, we have nothing to add from the previous presentation, but just as a reminder, this fee schedule does represent no changes to the fee schedule that we have in place for 25-26.
Thank you, Ms. Mock. Any questions for Ms. Mock on this topic? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? votes aye.
Just vote aye. It didn't.
Passes 4-0. Thank you.
I can try and close everything, go back in too.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Item 4C, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the tax credit and fee authorization for 2026-27.
Second.
Ms. Mock, anything to add or change?
President Carver, members of the board, we have nothing to add or change. And same as the previous fee schedule, the 26-27 fee schedule for students remains the same as it was in 25-26.
Any questions for Ms. Mock on this topic? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Item 4D is in Delta, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the FY27 negotiated solution team salary recommendation.
Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Simichek. 6 public comments, okay. Before or after Ms. Mock? Before? We have public comment? Nope. Ms. Mock, we'll let you go first, then we'll have some public comment.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds good. So we'll pull the presentation back up. This is mostly the same presentation that we had back on April 7th. We've got some changes, just some additional information for clarification and final classroom site fund numbers. Briefly, this is a composition of the NST committee, which is outlined by the governing board. Each of the organizations has representation both from members and non-members, and each of the associations has to have a member with fewer than 10 years experience. These are the times that we have met. We did meet one more time since the April 7th. We met on April 14th. And we still have a meeting on May 12th. We grounded our decisions in budget priorities that came to the board for approval earlier this year. So far, we've already approved the benefit committee, and we developed a salary recommendation that we previewed on April 7th and are hoping for formal approval this evening. Some of the budget assumptions that are coming into the salary recommendation is that there is an inflationary increase to the base support level. Group B counts are included in, and the transportation revenue control limit did not change. We are expecting our teacher experience index, or TEI, to go up ever so slightly from current year, from 1.0036 to 1.0102, which will cause a slight increase in our budget capacity. We continue to move $4.5 million of district additional assistance or capital funds into our general budget limit, or our M&O budget. Gratefully, this budget includes reinstatement of the M&O override to 15%, or approximately it'll be between $10 and $11 million. However, this year we had about $8 million in cash accounts, and so next year we only have $6 million available to us in cash accounts to offset the budget. Staffing is based on no student growth added compared to our 100th day of 25-26, and we did correct the staffing standards. We typically staff a little tighter, and we loosened that up for this year to make sure that we had plenty of staffing to start the school year. I'm stuck. An 11.2% increase for our medical premium costs. We are using $1 million of Valley Schools Employee Benefit Group reserves. And so that increase to the district will be about 2.7 or almost $3 million. State retirement decreased from 12% to 11.98% for standard contributions, and for the alternative contribution rates decreasing to 9.45%. We do have $4.2 million in total compensation increases, which is on average a 2% increase for all of our employee groups, including administrative exempt, teachers, other professional staff, and our classified employees. That 2% and the splits that we'll see in following slides was unanimously approved in NST on March 24th. Classroom Site Fund eligible staff will receive an additional $480 flat increase to their base salary, an additional 50% increase to Instructional Improvement Fund for a total of $530 flat increase in addition to what we'll see with M&O. Professional growth amounts have been included. Vacation sick leave buyback budget has not changed, and utility budget did not change. However, we are going to have an increase to our property and liability insurance of about $1 million. This budget, this number 14, we did not include previously, and we are returning that one contract day for all staff members that had that furlough day in the current year for a cost of about $1.2 million. So we've got $5.4 million going directly into salaries for any new monies that we have in 27. And projections are based on current information. For historical purposes, here are our salary increases from 2018-2019 to present. And you can see where administrative exempt have cumulatively received the lowest raises over that time. Classified come next, and then our certified staff with just under 50% increase from when we started tracking here in 18-19. And so overall, here's what that 2% costs. It's about $4.2 million. In Deer Valley, we do not typically give a full percent, and we do a breakdown between a portion of that increase being flat and a portion being a percentage. All of the employee groups voted to have that split be 30% flat and 70% percentage. And so this shows the breakdown for administrative exempt. That equals $543 flat and a 1.4% percentage, because that's based on 2%. If it had just been 1%, it would have been a 0.7% increase. For certified, it's $373 on top of the $530 we mentioned on the previous slide. And then for classified, it's $247, which equates to approximately 17 cents per hour, plus an additional 1.4% on whatever the classified individual is making currently. And here is the professional growth. You can see certified always comes in with the greatest amount of professional growth, but it's still low dollar value total overall, just under $48,000 for certified and classified combined. And so here is the final recommendation for certified teachers, and what we included this time as well as some examples. I know we talked last time about how that split between the flat dollar value and the percentage actually helps the lower end of the salary schedule. And so for each of the employee groups, we will give an example. For teachers, our starting salary has been and will continue to be $51,000. So teachers hired in 25 and 26, making $51,000, will move to approximately $52,487, or just over 3%. That does include the Classroom Site Fund and the Instructional Improvement Fund previously mentioned. And so you can see the examples that the higher you get if your base rate is currently higher, the lower your actual overall percentage increase will be. And these examples are mainly for illustrative purposes. They might be off by a couple dollars here or there once we actually calculate through the payroll system. Same thing for classified. It's a 2% increase over average to the base contract. And again, it's a 70-30 split, with 30% of the increase being a flat dollar value and 70% being a percentage, or 1.4% since it is a 2% increase. So right now our starting classified pay is $16.10 an hour. That will increase to approximately $16.50 an hour, which is actually a 2.42% increase. Our classified hiring schedule or salary schedule actually includes several individuals. For example, in our IS&T department is typically one of the highest flyers, where we've got some individuals who make $26 or more an hour, and that $26 an hour mark is where any of those individuals will actually receive less than a 2% increase overall. So it's a higher dollar value, but a lower percentage. With this recommendation for the classified side as well, we did recommend combining salary range 14 and salary range 15 on the hiring schedule, because both are currently at $16.10 an hour. Okay, I don't think I did that, but maybe I hit a button. Thank you. Admin exempt, again, 2% increase overall with the 70-30 split. And here you can see where our starting salary on the administrative exempt hiring schedule is $65,000. That individual would go to $66,667, which is about a 2.18% increase. And then toward the higher end, anyone over $91,500 will receive less than a 2% increase. Now with this, we did mention previously, we had support from our certified group and our administrative group, and I think our classified group as well, that our K-6 deans are currently required to have the exact same certification as assistant principals, as the same thing for the K-6 deans. And that should say deans and assistant principals, but so the recommendation was to reclassify the K-6 deans to K-6 assistant principals, high school deans to high school assistant principals, and eliminate the dean from the hiring schedule. The salary then would go to a starting salary of $77,000. And I will try my best to properly explain how that will be applied, but Jenna can make any corrections, or Jenna, if you just want to.
We can speak to this now. We have this listed on the agenda later during salary schedules as well. But the application of this for our current deans that are already in our system, they would be raised to the base. If they are already above base, it would be a normal pay increase that the board would approve, so whichever would be higher. That would be how, if the board approved this, that would be applied for the current system. Anyone hired moving forward would be hired at base of the new rate.
Thank you, Jenna. And we also discussed contingency language. And so the contingency language, part of that top bullet there, really revolves around the fact that both certified and admin really wanted to push for a 3% increase. But being that we're a declining enrollment, and between the increases for insurance and liability insurance and already $5.4 million in increases with what we're recommending, we weren't able to afford that this year. And so that we had the discussion then that what we would do is, we do typically have trigger language, but we typically write the trigger language at a full percent, which is about $2.1 million. And so in order to reward staff faster next year, should we have an additional $1 million in our budget than what we had in the 26 adopted budget, not the 25, NST would come back together and reallocate those funds in 26-27. So normally that bullet would read, if we had $2 million greater than the current budget year, we would come back and renegotiate what to do with those funds. We've cut that in half to what would equal about a 0.5% increase for staff. The second bullet, if the amount of Prop 123 funding allocated for 26-27 is 2 times or more greater than the amount allocated as one-time funds, we did clarify that what we had in 25-26 was $2.15 million, and so that's a change to this slide. So if we had 2 times, if we were allocated $4.3 million, NST would come back as well. And so just because that pot of funds is up in the air on what it will actually be, and there have been ideas floated around on maybe a little less, maybe a little more, maybe a whole lot more, we wanted to make sure that we had language in here to cover any potential salary increases and have it with board approval so that we can take that action a little bit easier. Now, with the certified staff requesting that 3% increase and us not being able to put that as a recommendation this year. We did have significant conversations with them about other things that might be able to occur for the 26-27 school year. And that includes, I think we dubbed it, we actually met as recently as 5 o'clock today with our certified staff and talked about, hold on, Jenna, I wrote it down for us too. Educator-directed work time or educator-directed planning time. And so I'll let Jenna talk about that a little bit more right now.
Okay. So as the board's probably aware that the DVEA does go through a ratification process, and in that process, they did obtain feedback that that the certified workforce is seeking this educated-directed planning time. This is something that they did mention earlier on this year. We have rearranged some of our schedule for the upcoming year to allow for more of that time. Some of those processes are going to require more conversations and loop out processes, so that's why we had a conversation today to begin planning what that will look like, and before the end of this year we will begin to initiate some of those processes.
And as we mentioned the previous meeting, or in previous slides as well, we originally came to you on April 7th with an additional flat dollar increase to certified and other professional staff base salary of $350 per FTE. After the classroom site fund allocation for 27 came out, what we based that $350 on was an assumed 2% increase to the per student allocation for classroom site fund. It actually came out closer to 5%. And so we came back to the table with certified staff a couple of times and finally came up with the recommendation for $480 from classroom site fund per FTE. You will see later in the meeting our classroom site fund plan, and that does include, in order to get to that $480 per FTE, it does include using a sizable amount of carry forward that we have in classroom site fund overall. And we're also able to increase instructional improvement fund from $240 up to $290, or an additional $50 per FTE. So just pointing out specifically that there are changes here in this slide as well. Our next steps are hopefully to receive board approval this evening. As stated in an earlier slide, NST does have a meeting on May 12th. We will actually talk about the process and process moving forward next year, what that looks like. We've already done some debrief. May 12th, we will actually have our fiscal year 26 budget revision. That is standard timeline. It has to be completed by May 15th. May 26th, we will see our fiscal year 27 budget preview to include salary recommendation and the other items mentioned in this presentation. On June 9th, we will bring the budget, the expenditure budget, the proposed expenditure budget to be approved to be advertised to the public, and then we hope on June 23rd to bring it forward for formal adoption. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Public comment first, if you don't mind, Ms. Mock.
The board invites public comment on the district's business in general and on any agenda item in specific. All speakers must observe the rules of decorum. Speakers must fill out a card listing name, address, and topic and hand it to the board secretary prior to the president calling the meeting to order. Speakers must make their comments in no more than 3 minutes. If necessary, to accommodate all speakers within the 30-minute the board president may shorten each speaker's time. Constructive criticism is in order. Rudeness, vulgarity, disruptive conduct, or remarks disrespecting personal dignity are not in order and will not be allowed. Under the Arizona Open Meeting Law, the governing board cannot discuss or act on any items not listed on the agenda. Board members may respond to criticism made by a speaker, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. If I could have the first 3 speakers approach: Elizabeth Ray, Kelly Fisher, and Valerie Swenson. Approach the microphone and state your name before you speak, please.
Good evening, President Carver, Dr. Finch, and board members. My name is Elizabeth Ray. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today about the challenge we face with the pending vote on teacher salary increase and compensation. I am a dedicated educator with a master's degree in elementary education. I am a model teacher, PLC lead, and one who takes every opportunity for professional development that grows my knowledge and ability to better support students at every opportunity, as most teachers do. As teachers, we are highly educated and give an immense amount of our time beyond contracted hours to meet the demands of this profession. With expanding responsibilities such as behavior and academic interventions, meetings, compliance tasks, communication, and more, many of us put in 10+ hours above contracted hours. Unfortunately, due to the demands on time and lack of increase that adequately parallels the cost of living, many quality teachers are taking on second jobs or leaving the profession. As a single parent of 3 without additional sources of income, I have taken on additional responsibilities, such as the webmaster for our campus and various clubs. This, however, has not made up for the family insurance increase to nearly $1,000 monthly for health, vision, and dental. In addition to the lack of raise and furlough day in this school year, I am now in a situation where I must obtain a second job, which will negatively impact what I am able to offer my students and children. As a highly educated professional, this should not be the case. This is not an isolated situation. It reflects a broader reality in which educators are struggling to sustain a basic standard of living despite being highly trained professionals responsible for shaping the futures of our community. I understand that a 2 to 3% increase is currently being considered. However, when measured against the rising living and healthcare costs, this does not represent a meaningful increase, nor does it address the growing challenges of retention and sustainability within our district. I urge you to consider a more substantial investment in your teachers, one that reflects both the demands of the role and the value educators bring to student success and district stability. Supporting teachers is a meaningful way, is ultimately an investment in the quality and continuity of education for all students. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Finch, President Carver, governing board members, colleagues, and guests. My name is Kelly Fisher. I'm a 25-year DVUSD kindergarten teacher, and I proudly serve as the DVEA president. I'm here today representing the voices of our educators, hundreds of them, who took the time to respond, reflect, and speak honestly in our recent ratification survey about where they are right now. And I want to be clear, there was some appreciation in these comments, specifically for the work that DVA has done on behalf of the certified employees. We heard things like, "Thank you for fighting for us. We appreciate your hard work." And that matters. Our educators recognize the effort and the advocacy that has gone into these negotiations. But appreciation is not the same thing as agreement. Over and over again, we heard the same concerns rise to the top. It's not enough. This doesn't match the cost of living. We didn't get a raise last year. We deserve more. One educator put it plainly, "This raise is so small that we won't even notice it in our paychecks." Another one said, "Over half my monthly income goes to housing." And perhaps one of the most concerning comments was, "If I want a fair wage, I may have to leave the district." And we need to understand something critical. This isn't just about people leaving our district. Workload and pay are 2 of the primary reasons educators are leaving our profession entirely. When that happens, we don't just lose employees, we lose experienced, highly educated educators that students depend on. Now, Deer Valley is a district that I would consider a premier district. But to remain a premier district, we have to retain premier educators. That requires much more than appreciation. It requires action. And I want to emphasize something important tonight. This negotiation was never just about money. We actively work to find non-financial solutions to one of the biggest challenges our educators are facing right now, workload. We propose 19 hours of dedicated work time to plan, prepare, and complete a growing list of responsibilities that currently spill into nights and weekends. And this wasn't just a guess, it came directly from our educators themselves. We heard, the amount of work required is beyond what one human can do. We need time to get work done instead of taking it home. Help me take something off our plates. And the data backs that up. 64.3% of the educators who took our workload survey said that workload is negatively impacting their family life. And beyond that, a majority of educators in Deer Valley report working an average of 20 or more hours additional outside of their normal school day, and still not being able to complete the amount of work expected of them. That should give us all pause. That 19 hours represents just a fraction of the 1,300 plus hours educators are contracted to work. But it would make a meaningful difference in their day-to-day lives. It's a practical, reasonable, and cost-effective way to support our staff. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Valerie Swenson. I'm a first grade teacher in the district. Greetings to Dr. Finch and President Carver, the governing board, everybody who's taken time to come here tonight. If I talk a little fast, I'm used to a shorter audience, so I'm a little nervous. I also have 3 kids in the district. My oldest has grown up through the district. All of them have attended all Deer Valley schools. My oldest graduates from O'Connor in a few weeks, so I'll be a little bit of an emotional wreck in a couple weeks. And we love this district. We live in this district. I work in it. And we've had such amazing experiences working in here. And I have worked in other districts that are not nearly as supportive, don't have the same resources. And so it is a pleasure to work for Deer Valley, and I'm proud of it. But there has been a distinct shift this year in teacher burnout. The teachers that I talk to from around the district are burning out earlier and much more intensely, and there seems to be a variety of factors that have contributed to this. Some we obviously can't control. A huge one would be student behaviors, shorter attention spans, more aggressive behavior from both students and parents, things like that. We can't necessarily control all of that, and we understand that. And while the district has made small gains in this area, both with her MTSSB process and Tier 2 behavior academies and things like that, the root causes can't be solved in the classroom. But there are factors that the district could be controlling, the variety of extra tasks that go beyond normal lesson planning that are helpful in pushing us towards high standards when done in small steps. But like an athlete that overtrains without taking ample time to rest, our teachers are showing signs of injury and strain. And the issue isn't with quality, it's with quantity. Considering an increased need of the labor-intensive but necessary MTSS A and B process to deal with the increase in academic and behavior needs, our teachers are starting to feel like they're drowning. And while teacher burnout is a real issue, it's going to hit harder every year. We don't want to compromise on high-quality teaching, but if we wish to attract and keep high-performing teachers, there are several possible ways that we could help support our teachers. We could lessen the scope of our requirements on teachers and their extra tasks and on PDs, or we could increase the amount of work time offered to accomplish these tasks, and then we could also financially compensate them for the extra hours they must put in to meet these requirements. I make half of my husband's paycheck, and he yearly, usually around February when it's conference time, encourages me to quit because the stress isn't worth the money I bring home. And I stay purely for my love of teaching, my love of my students, my love of my team, my love of my school and this district. Thank you.
If I could please have Aaron Arnold, Joshua Payne, and Carrie Knutson approach the microphone, and please state your name before you speak, when you speak.
President Carver, Dr. Finch, esteemed members of the board, my name is Aaron Arnold, and I'm a proud educator from the Barry Goldwater High School. And I'm also alumni and a product of this great district. I'm asking you guys to really consider looking at the pay raises being proposed tonight and considering having them go back and find the money so our district can retain our teachers, our staff, and better support our students. For aid in your consideration, I want to reference data that was discussed at the last board meeting. It was brought up on average that 13% of our district's teaching staff leaves each year. With approximately 1,800 teachers in this district, that equates to about 234 teachers leaving annually. We think about that in terms of students that it impacts becomes even clearer and even more concerning. With an average class size of 27.1 students, that means approximately 6,318 students are directly affected each year by teacher turnover. Now that's just on a basic level. If we narrow it down to our high schools and our middle schools, where teachers typically teach 5 classes per day, even if we take just half of that number to 117, those educators are responsible for approximately 15,795 students' experiences each year. This is just not a staffing issue. That is thousands of disrupted relationships, lost continuity, and instability in the classroom. And that's why this conversation and your thoughts matter so much. Because when we look at these numbers, it becomes clear that the retention must be a priority, and the retention is directly tied to compensation. A 2% raise does not meaningfully address this issue. With inflation hovering around 3 to 4% over the past year, and a 2% increase is not a real raise. It's a slap in the face. It's an effective pay cut in terms of purchasing power. That means even with a raise, many educators are continuing to fall further behind financially. And when educators feel that they're falling behind year after year, it becomes increasingly difficult for them to justify staying in the profession long term. If we are serious about reducing turnover, creating stability in our classrooms, and supporting true success of our students, then we must also be serious about offering compensation that actually keeps pace with the cost of living. I'd like to address the 2 words that were brought up earlier, but only focus on one: consistency. Can we maintain to meet our growth expectations next year without consistency in the classroom? Because as it was brought up, the magic happens on the campus and in the classroom. But can that magic happen without any magicians? Thank you.
All right, good evening. President Carver, Dr. Finch, members of the board, my name is Joshua Payne. I am an English teacher at Mountain Ridge High School, and I am also the father of a son in district. He goes to Park Meadows. So they hit you with the numbers. I'm an ELA teacher, so I'm going to hit you with the rhetoric. So I stand before you not simply as a teacher, but as a ledger of quiet sacrifices. Not the kind that make headlines, but the kind that accumulate like interest no one intends to pay. We are told teaching is a calling, and it is, but somewhere along the way that word has been used less as a badge of honor and more as a mechanism for compliance. A calling, it seems, is expected to endure what no profession should tolerate. To quote John Milton, education of youth is not a bow for every man to shoot, and that counts himself a teacher, but will require sinews almost equal to those which Homer gave to Ulysses. Being a teacher isn't easy. It requires immense skill and strength, the ability to stare into the abyss and to not blink. That's why we are here. That's why I am here, standing before you and the board, imploring you to act and get this district to a place where it is truly values and respects not just our titles as employees, but our lives as people. In Arizona, the cost of living rises with the indifference of the desert sun, steady and unrelenting. Rent climbs, groceries stretch thinner. Gasoline ticks upward like a metronome, marking the tempo of strain, and yet our wages remain anchored to a past that no longer exists. We are asked to do more with less, and then more again with what remains. Larger class sizes, expanding responsibilities, emotional labor that spills far beyond the classroom walls. We are educators, yes, but also counselors, mediators, protectors, and too often the last stable presence in a student's life. And we do it every day. And there is a cost, not just financial, though that is real and pressing. It is the teacher working a second job, grading papers at midnight, wondering if devotion must always be accompanied by depletion. It is the young educator who leaves after their first year, not for lack of passion, but for lack of sustainability. It is the veteran teacher who stays but feels the slow erosion of a profession that once promised dignity. We are not asking for excess, we are asking for equilibrium, because what happens when the system continues to draw from a well it refuses to replenish? Well, eventually it runs dry. And when teachers leave, they do not take only themselves, they take experience, stability, continuity, the very foundation that students rely upon. This is not abstract, this is not distant, this is now. If we believe education matters, then we must prove it not in rhetoric, but in action. Compensation is not a reward, it is recognition. It is the most tangible way a system declares what it truly values. We are asking this board to compel the district to reconsider its pay negotiations, not just as a gesture, but as a correction, a necessary recalibration towards fairness, towards sustainability, towards respect. Because a system that depends on sacrifice alone will eventually collapse under its own expectations, and we are still here, still showing up, still believing this work matters. Meet us there.
Good evening, board members and everyone else. I'm Carrie Knutson. Last time I was here, I spoke of my 17-cent raise. I'm here to correct that amount. I am receiving altogether with a flat rate of 17 cents and 70% of my 2%, I will be getting 42-cent raise, which is much better. Then I asked how much would a brand new para get? Well, they get 41. So my 17 years, I earned 1 cent more than a brand new para. So I am asking again that the board try to fix the equity problem in classified. Please use the scatter plot if you need to do the job separately because pay rates are too different. Go ahead. The long-term employees deserve to be paid for the dependability, their knowledge, and their sacrifice. I want to thank Paul Carver for coming to the classified meeting to see how the people in classified feel. They have the right to speak for the few while ignoring and trying to shut down the one person fighting for all. Last year, all the bus drivers got a $2 raise, while the rest of us got nothing. 2 years before that, the bottom people got a $2 raise, and the rest of the employees got 2%. I'm requesting that an item be added to the next agenda for equity and the scatter plot for classified employees. If we can find funds for a new school and not find money for the employees that work in them, Deer Valley needs to be audited. Buildings do not teach children. They don't help them, and they should not be the primary focus of DV. It should be the well-being of all, not just the few. Thank you.
If I could beg the board's indulgence, I'd like to go first this time, if that's not giving anybody any heartburn. If it's okay with everybody, I'd like to go first this time, if that's not going to cause anybody any heartburn. Some of us in the room are old enough to know some of the history, but first of all, I want everybody, whether they're classified or certified or admin, to know that I wish that we could pay everybody what they're worth. I really do. But there's some hard facts that we need to all understand. When I first came into the district, I had worked with the government for a little bit, so I was completely familiar with the steps for payroll. For those of you that are 50 years or older, you might know what it is that I'm talking about. They were G categories, and depending on the years and education, and it was well defined, and everybody got a fixed percentage raise every year, and it was a beautiful concept. But between 2009 and 2013 in the state of Arizona, that went away. Between budget cuts in 2009, 2011, and then SB 1040 in 2010, the state made the districts go to performance pay standards. So everything went away, everything went to performance pay. And then we have Proposition 301, which compounded the performance pay issue. And as we go along in our history, we find out that, let's see, hold on a second. I did a whole bunch of research before this meeting. So the state of Arizona doesn't do a standard cost of living increase like most. There wasn't a consumer price index increase for normal governmental agencies. The legislature in the state of Arizona gets to determine what category of employees rate certain raises over others. Like not too long ago, there was a 20% raise for first responders, 0% raise for some other categories. So my point here is that our budget doesn't increase every year only unless the number of children increase. Sometimes we get something from the legislature, sometimes we don't get something from the legislature. This year it was 3%. just for the record, for total transparency, because I know we have a legislator on the dais here, and I don't want to try to exaggerate anything, but I just need everybody to understand that if we're given 3% as an average for K through 12 education, and for the most part, there are signs that we're getting every bit of that 3% cascaded down to everybody in different manners, shapes, and forms. And so I just, regardless of how the vote might turn out tonight, please know that I know that the board has become the specter when it comes to who's at fault for why people don't get paid more. And that's not necessarily always the case. Sometimes we have to know our history to know how it is that we got here. And in the state of Arizona, we blew up the graduated pay scales over a decade ago. And so now this is the animal that we're left with not knowing when we'll get price, or rather budget increases, to know how much of an increase we might get or might not get from year to year, and how we can best get that into your hands so that you can take care of your families. I just wanted to, I might come back around with something, but I was just kind of disappointed when I was doing the research to figure out, because I started off innocent enough. I wanted to know, so what was the budget increase all the different departments got in the state of Arizona? What did our legislature give us so that we know what it is we're dealing with? Because by golly, if K through 12 got 10%, why are we only pushing maybe 3% in some categories? So I was hoping to find something that I could actually pick up your torch and try to give that ear to you. But when you find out that only in some cases did certain things pan out to 3% this year, and then we're giving every bit of 3%, I don't know if any of that makes sense to you guys, but I wanted to just kind of give you some history as to how we ended up in the salary nightmare that we face every year. I wish it was a little bit more clean cut, like it was in the old days. Everybody knew what they were going to get. There was a fixed percentage every year, and they figured out how to make it work. And that's not where we are. But anyway, who would like to go over here, Mrs. Fisher?
Well, I would like to have or provide a little bit of a different history lesson. The state of Arizona, you are correct. They basically stopped giving raises to their employees. That was back in 2008, possibly 2005. And they honestly still have not gone back to giving their employees raises. So if you work for the state, literally the state, you're probably making what you made 10 years ago or more, unless you change jobs, which is why people in the state change jobs. That is not the case with school districts. School districts do get additional funds almost every year. Granted, it's still nominal. And the legislature relies on the governing board of each district to do the right thing and apply those funds where they're necessary. Unfortunately, legislators decided that whoever in whatever department wasn't giving raises fast enough to the lowest possible level, so they decided to change minimum wage. And part of the problem, because I started looking at some of this as well, because I thought, Carrie has to be crazy. There's no way she has been here all those years and she's only making a penny more than the new guy. How could that happen? Because I've been on this dais and I have fought for our employees, and I know I'm always fighting for more money at the campus level employees. Not that the district office isn't great people, but at one point I was pushing for zero-based budgeting because we have to take a look at the reality of everything. And we did somewhat in 2015-16, and we made some corrections. Problem is, every year that the minimum wage goes up, people who are making minimum wage stay at minimum wage because that's considered their raise. Then everybody else further up gets the raise, or they get a nominal or slightly smaller raise, and every organization faces the same thing. That minimum wage is keeping the lowest paid employee at the lowest possible pay. You have to make something or do something different to honor your employees. And I don't know if anybody has ever had to put a special needs child into a CIT hold to keep them from hurting themselves or someone else. Or when they're in that hold, had them throw their head back and break your front teeth or your jaw or smack you in the forehead. Some of our employees come to work in schools truly because they love the kids, because for them, it is a combat zone, whether we like it or not, to no fault of the child, because they're learning, and some of them have issues. Sometimes it is fault of the parents for not, because it's not a special needs child, but that's neither here nor there. And then, so we have to address our classified staff, which it's horrendous if you really start looking at the numbers. Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers anymore. Every year I requested and I received an Excel spreadsheet of all salaries, of what everybody was making and their hire date. Didn't need their names because it wasn't about the individual, it was about the positions and the roles, so I could evaluate them. The board has been shut out from that information for many years now. So unfortunately, I would like to know a few so I can at least see what's going on, if my theory is right and what's happening, because I believe it is. And as I looked at some of the salaries, I believe it is. And then we have teachers or other staff that want to come and say, I'm not making enough, 2% isn't enough, the cost of living has gone up. I totally get it. I completely get it. Because I'm working 2 jobs, 2 full-time jobs, just to make ends meet, and they still don't meet. So I totally get what you're saying. Problem is, this board is not going to be able to make any changes or do anything significant for any of you unless this board is willing to get its butt off this dais to tables down there and really start looking at data and what's going on and working with individuals to see what's going on. We cannot create more money. If you want to see how your budget is formed, go on to ADE's website. I will give you the link. It's public information. It's all out there. You'll know exactly the money that's getting sent to Deer Valley. You will know your student count. You will know your weighted count. And you can see where that money comes. And it's a lot of money. It looks great. And it's divvied out to all of you. So if I'm going to vote for you to get more money, and you to get more money, and you to get more money, that means I have to cut somewhere. I have to cut something. Sometimes your business manager looks for grants. Do it every day. Look for grants. How can I cover high-cost child grant? I can go Title I. I can do Title. You start looking. But somewhere, something has to be cut to add more money. And this board has failed to have any discussion in 4 years or more about what could potentially be reduced to add additional monies into the pockets of our staff. We're going through the same process. In prior to 2015, employees nonstop were given, you're going to get a 2% one-time payment. How many people over here remember the one-time payment? I want to see some hands, seriously. One-time payment, which means every year your salaries went backwards. So my first goal in 2015 was to make sure that whatever raise people got was put in the base so that the next year they didn't go backwards. If nothing else, we could keep them going backwards. And every year we do the same thing. We add it to their base, and now we're doing these crazy formulas, this much and that much. And we're having these charts to show where, this group only got 30-something, percent, or this one got this. Okay, I don't care what anybody says. If you're going to get 2% and you make 16 bucks an hour versus 2% when you are making $64 an hour, 2% is significantly different. And so, yes, we need to take a look at the real salaries, where they're at, and what's really happening. Because I will tell you, I was shocked. I really did. And I specifically looked at paras and I looked at teachers because those are the two that are talking. And no wonders we can't keep paraprofessionals, because they can work for us for 16 bucks an hour, 17 bucks an hour. Ooh, you've been here a long time. You're making, I don't know, $17.90 maybe, $80, $50. You go work for one of the habilitation companies, you can get a $10 an hour raise immediately, which is why a lot of teachers that are taking second jobs are working with special needs kids as a habilitator or a respite provider, so that they can sit and grade papers while they provide respite, because they don't get downtime. And the paras go home a little bit beat up, knowing that they still love those kids and can't make it. I'm sorry, but this board has failed every single employee outside of the district office. And the only thing I can say to all of you is I'm sorry. And if we can get the board down there to have a discussion with all of you, I will happily be there. I will run numbers. I will run the chart if I could get the data. And I'll say what I can and do what I can. But unless the board's willing to do its job, all we're doing is listening and rubber stamping.
Thank you, Mrs. Fisher. Ms. Simicek?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for all the teachers who came tonight to speak. I've had an opportunity over the last couple of weeks to meet and have conversations and hear from my board buddies about the conditions that our teachers are currently facing, and it's all very familiar to me. I did teach as well, but I can only imagine since I've left the classroom how much harder it has gotten, and I see that through my own children and what even like my youngest requires, for example, in needing a para and stuff she comes home and shares with me about. One of her favorite paras the other day got kicked so hard in the leg he fell, and she's so worried about him. And you know, these are things that our paras and our teachers are coming to work with every single day, knowing that that might happen, and yet they continue to show up. So first of all, the most important thing is to just say thank you so much for continuing to show up. What I have heard in these conversations is that our teachers are very willing to negotiate things that are not directly salary. They're willing to negotiate things like having one Friday a month instead of doing PLC training, that they get to have that time to digest all the information that they've learned the other 3 weeks and see how they're going to apply them in their classrooms. And I think this is so important. And other suggestions that day that they come back from winter break, so they can actually enjoy their winter break, that they are so well deserved, that they can come back and have that day to get their grade books in order, their classrooms organized, just all of those things that they shouldn't have to do during break. I remember coming in early after the break as a teacher and just coming in all those extra hours just so I could make everything perfect for my kids. And it's not fair. And it's more than anything, it's not doable anymore. There's so much going on right now in the world, and yet here, you know, we have some say in some of the things that we can control, like, you know, providing some form of respite for our teachers, and we're just adding more stuff. And I understand that as a large district, you know, we have different requirements over smaller districts and things that programs we need to put into place to make sure that everything runs like a well-oiled machine. But at the same time, the teachers are human beings. They're not machines. They're people that have real feelings, and they're tired and they're exhausted, and rightfully so. And so going back to what these discussions I have had with my board buddies and other teachers from the district is that I don't understand why we're not coming to the table to have discussions with our amazing teachers. I know we have NST, I know we have that, but a lot of things I have noticed get presented, and then that's what it is. And you have to just kind of either agree to it, not ask too many questions, and then it gets moved forward. And I'm in my 4th year here, and there was a learning curve in the beginning. But what I am learning now is how important it is that, when something isn't right, that we don't just brush through it, and we take the time to meet with our teachers, because they have these wonderful ideas and suggestions that don't necessarily require them to have the highest salary increase, although I think that would be wonderful, but that they're willing to look outside the box and find other ways that can help with their life overall in general, and relieving some of that burden of all the hours that are required, or just giving them some time, because it's non-stop. It is no way that a teacher can, during the day, with everything that is going on, or a parent with everything going on, to take and do all of the other things they need to do, such as grading, lesson plans, prep when you're teaching those younger grades, prep involved, and printing and cutting, hopefully, because of those hands-on experiences. But I really have a hard time voting on something when we are still being asked by the ones that are making every single day wonderful for our communities and our children, and we're not taking the time to say, okay, what else can we do? We need to start thinking outside of the box. And it's hard for me to vote on something when I've gotten some really wonderful suggestions. I brought them forward, and it's always just a no. And I really think that we can take the time to make some changes for our teachers with their voices, and provide them with benefits in other ways. And I think the best way to do this is to eliminate one Friday PLC, so they have that one Friday, and to give them a full day, not a half day, in January, and visit that idea. I don't think that takes out of, I've had other suggestions of reducing the required hours that teachers have to put in on top of all the hours they're putting in. For example, the hour to go volunteer at the volleyball game and all of that. I understand we need the staff for that. I really think it is very possible to offer this one day a month and this Friday, and I appreciate them getting that furlough day back, and doing that. And I can't vote on this this budget or the teacher salaries when these ideas are still out there and they haven't been discussed in a real solid way as an idea. I keep hearing, well, yeah, we'll take that into consideration, or maybe next year. But what about right now? What about before we lose any more teachers? Like, let's make some hard decisions, and let's work together and really make a wonderful experience for the teachers and what we have, and do the best that we can for them with what we have. Yes, I serve at the legislature. I take full responsibility for the awful funding in public education. I'm trying. It's really hard. But I do have a say here too, which I'm very proud of. And I want us to sit and work outside the box. And I want us to work with our teachers. And DVA is a wonderful opportunity to do that and find out what we can do, because they brought the information to me. And I'm sharing it with you now, and I know I'm not the only one that has had this information shared with. And so I'm asking us as a district, as leadership, to please bring these ideas into consideration, put them on paper before we're voting on this salary. Thanks.
Ms. Simichek said so eloquently everything I had scribbled down on my paper. So what she said. I also met with my board buddies, and being a teacher myself, I know having time is valuable. Time is worth money. It's gold. I mean, just time to, as one teacher, and I'm sorry I read so many emails from so many teachers, and my heart goes out to all of you, and I want to thank all the teachers and paras for everything you do every day. It's such a hard job, and a calling doesn't mean we should jeopardize our health. It is a calling. I do believe it's a calling, but giving a teacher more time for more effective instructional planning, time to reflect on the data. We have all this data, but you don't have 2 minutes to even think about it. Organizing your materials, and especially those hands-on materials for the earlier grades, and then collaborating with colleagues. All that increases the staff morale, and which then goes directly to improving student outcomes. So if we could weave into this NST agreement time for the teachers. I still would love to give them all a much bigger raise, but let's start with some time. And I would also like to re-ask for the scatter plot to try to help those little spot inequities that may have happened in our district that were worked out at one other time. I know Dr. Smith is amazing with data, and a scatter plot, it sounds like a good first step, but whatever can be done to give teachers time. That was an excellent suggestion of taking the one Friday. And I would suggest anybody in the cabinet, if you want to make a teacher happy, give her a certificate to cover his or her lunch duty and go cover a duty day, just a Merry Christmas duty day. Time is so precious. So anytime we can give back to the teachers, I would like to ratify, amend, update, vote for that.
Ms. Moffett, you made a mention that you'd had a conversation earlier today about the time piece. Is there any more that you can share with us that you guys have come to an agreement with the association on?
Yes, what we discussed this evening was that we would continue to honor the full day, so that would be an 8-hour day that can be split into 2 sections historically in pre-service time, and that would be, again, we want to use the right language, educator-directed planning time. DVEA informed us that there are some campuses, either because they had new principals or for whatever reason, were not implementing that time. So that will be reinforced moving into next year. Additionally, what we shared is that the full day release in January, that half of that day would be for educated directed planning time. In other words, we would not be telling them what they needed to be doing during that time. They could do what they needed to be doing during that time. What was communicated relating to PD days is that does indeed require conversation and communication, just as it did when those were developed. And so the language I use, to unilaterally make that decision, in other words, for the district to just say this is going to happen moving forward, would not be appropriate or fair. Administrators, district level relative staff members such as DEO and curriculum would need opportunity to work with DVEA on that subject. That is typically a cycle that would begin in the fall and would be worked through for the upcoming year. We have worked on tighter timeframes than that, but what I shared this evening was that bringing that up second semester is a very difficult timeline to pull off for immediate implementation. So we did have an NST not ratification, what do we call that? Negotiated agreement meeting today for language. So if you recall, language team works on working conditions, while the salary team that we met with today works on salary recommendations, so the budget team. So the tentative agreement team this morning re-reviewed the minutes or notes that we had taken previously, and it was noted previously that we would be moving that subject into next year. By the end of today's meeting that we held at 5 o'clock, we determined that it would be a good idea to begin focus groups this year to launch specifically off of some of the data that they collected in their ratification survey. We collaboratively worked, Human Resources collaboratively worked with DVEA a handful of years ago to do the same, and it's time to do it again. and we recognize that. And so we will collaboratively begin those groups this year, and we'll continue them into the fall. The purpose of that would be to dive deeper into what we are learning is the workload issue. So we know that providing more educated directed time is important, but we also know that by even if we were to satisfy their current ask, as Kelly mentioned during her report or her comment today, it would not necessarily satisfy everything that our certified staff is saying is causing that workload frustration. So we feel we need to start to categorize what they're finding to be stressful and begin to work on those specific topics.
When it comes to the hours that they were referring to, that they were looking for, it sounds like you've agreed in principle to everything except for the specific PD days. Did I understand you correctly?
I would say in part. So yes, in the pre-service, half day where you heard their request was the full day. So they requested the full day on that January date, and it was a half day honored.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Pack and then Dr. Finch.
Would it be possible to have that half-day PD be Zoom or remote? Because traveling from a campus to somewhere to training, you lose your prep time.
It's an excellent question. They asked the same, and we did say that we would bring that back around for a variety of reasons, that it can be very difficult to get to a location, especially since we're a large geographic district. If you're from Anthem and you have a meeting on the south side of our district, that can be challenging. Additionally, it was brought up with gas prices and so on, getting around is financially difficult. So that request was made, and that is something we're going to discuss.
Dr. Finch?
We have an NST process that's board designed and been around historically. The purpose of NST is for all the members of each group to sit across from each other and divvy up, as Ms. Simonchek says, a pie that is given to us by the legislature that's too small. And Ms. Fisher is correct. The only way you can, and I predict going forward, the forecast is not going to get any better. So the only way you can give raises in the future, and we just have to look at our neighbors to figure this out. They're about 3 to 4 years ahead of us. Either close buildings, cut staff, and start raising class sizes. That's kind of in our forecast, probably until 2031, 32 is what the demographer is saying when TSMC, that Halo Vista, is going to come online. So there is storm clouds over the top of us today, but the sun will come eventually, probably for a couple more years. So it's not going to get easier. The reason why we have NST, again, is so the groups can sit across from each other and agree as a group that this is how we share the dollars that we have in front of us. And so I'm a little worried that the process has been completed. There was agreement, and now we're getting some suggestions through the vehicle called Board Buddies to basically renegotiate outside of NST. That's not a good pattern to start using. That's what, if we don't need NST, that's a different issue. We can disband it if we need to, but I think one of the historical significances of Deer Valley's success is us as a team and as a family looking at issues through committees, which take sometimes 8, 10 months to complete their tasks. So we did have the NST process. Ms. Mock led it. Ms. Moffett also helped out. And in fact, I was talking to Jeff Kingsley today, the president of the VESPA. I won't put you on the spot. He's in the audience. But he agreed that, yes, this process, we all agreed that this is the best way to slice up this salary recommendation into different parts. Remember, the district ate the insurance premium We also did a 2% off schedule as well. We have the 2% on schedule, and then we have classroom site fund dollars as well. And about $1 million increase in liability. My point is this: there's a lot of costs that are not that are out of our control. Fuel being one, electricity being another, water being another, bus tires, AC units, and all those things that happen to our system. So we have to, no different than your home, we can't be running to the razor's edge and expect tomorrow to be better, or if we ever get into an issue that we can't rebound from. So I'm a little worried that we're getting away from the committee process, that they painstakingly work together to find a solution that they agreed on, and then the last minute we're going to say, well, I think you could do better.
Anything further for the presentation? Yes, Ms. Simichek.
Why can't the Friday be a full day? Why does it have to be a half? And then we could like negotiate the January day. Why does the January day have to be a half day? Why can't that be the full day and we can start to negotiate and discuss the Fridays? Is there a reason why we can't agree to give them that day?
President Carver, Ms. Simichek, if we were to talk with our administrators who work on the campuses with teachers and kids, one of the things that they always indicate is they do not have enough time to be with their teachers in the areas that they are focusing on their campus. So there's one little bucket of need. Then when we look at new adoptions or technology or MTSS structures or the DVUSD way, there is truly no other time that we can get in front of our teachers that is not specifically identified time like that. We could obviously work with the administrators, work with our departments, and just say, you have no time with teachers. That will be their time, which is a good thing too. Don't get me wrong. There are districts that have 2 days who have fitted in their budget. So they have 1 day for professional learning and 1 day for the classroom. Deer Valley historically has not done that because we haven't had the funds. So I think when you ask, what is the problem with a full day, it's a bit more multifaceted and complex than I think what you're asking. I would ask that we lean on Jenna Moffett and her loop outs to different groups about the value of that day. When we originally, this was many, many years, 20, 30 or more, when that day was in February, and it has always been as a way to have time with our teachers for professional learning. If the board doesn't value that, then I think we need to go back to a conversation about what that day is for. And as we've talked about, that day was initially for professional learning across our system, whether it was classified, certified, admin. But if that's not the value, then we just would have to loop back out and say, okay, we don't value that at this point in time. And I understand that. But I would ask that we follow what Ms. Moffett has indicated, and that would be to loop out to different groups.
President Carver, Ms. Simichek, if I may, I would just echo what Dr. Galligan said at the start of her comments, is that, again, if you ask the administrators about the number of opportunities that they have for PD, that they would tell you that the opportunities are limited currently as there are. And so to limit them even further with that would likely come with an impact.
Thank you, Dr. Zerbach. Anything further for the presentation? Yes, Mrs. Fisher.
When we originally started looking at PLCs, I very much supported it because we had implemented PLCs at Phoenix Union. And as administrators, we had to go to the campuses and join in whatever PLC would welcome us and sit in, listen. And part of that was also listening to the needs of the teachers in whatever PLC we were in. But our PLCs were complete collaboration between teachers. Our teachers in certain groups would get together. They would talk about, well, I have little Joey and I just can't get subject A past him. He's just not getting it. And the other teachers would say, oh, well, I had a kid like that, and this is what I did, and this strategy worked. And they conversed with each other, and it was a very collaborative thing. And obviously, we're doing PLCs differently. We have somebody that comes in and tells them what they want them to know. And it's working for
President Carver, Ms. Fisher,
you.
I would have to respectfully disagree. When you look at our calendar and the days that are set aside for early release Fridays, minimally 2 of those days are exactly what you described. Our teachers come together either with their grade level teams or with multi-school teams, and they look at those 4 questions. What do our students need to know? How are we going to help them get there? They look at data. There is usually one early release Friday that is set aside for an hour and a half for professional growth or professional learning. And it is generally around professional learning communities and student learning and data. So I respectfully disagree that we are telling our teachers what to do, other than during that time that is so precious, we are looking at student data, we are looking at what our kids are coming back with, they know and are able to do, and then how are we reaching them with our strategies? And for the kids that are struggling, what are the interventions? And for the kids who get it, how are we enriching them? That is what our professional learning community teams, when teachers collaborate, that's what they're collaborating around.
I understand what you're doing. It's working for you. I understand that. But when teachers are saying that they are overwhelmed, is there a potential to have one of the days be a little less or something else? Because I do hear, I don't need to collaborate with the whole school, I just need to talk to another math teacher. I don't need to collaborate with the whole school, I just need to talk with another science teacher. Collaborating together in a organic setting is a lot different than a structured setting. That's all I'm saying. Is there a potential to have more of an organic? Our teachers, they come to us educated. They all learn tips and tricks and great things, and they can share with each other and they can work together. They don't necessarily need an admin to tell them the best method, the newest method, the greatest, newest model way. That's all I'm saying. Is it? I'm not saying, I'm not trying to undo PLCs. I'm just saying, is there a potential to have maybe something in there, take a little bit less of the load off of them? Because if you start having everything as a new chore, we heard this years ago with was it Engage New York? One of those. One of them, it was a math program, I remember. And it was just a chore. It was over, and it got to where it was like, I don't even want to teach the kids this because I can't even figure it out myself. I'm going to go ahead and teach them what I've been teaching them because I've been doing this for 20 years, and the kids I taught with this can do math. I'm just looking for any opportunity I'm not trying to beat up on your way of doing PLCs. I'm just saying, is there a potential there to take stress off of them? Is there a potential with the MTSS, A, B, C, D, E, F, G to be something that we can just take a little bit off of them? That's all I'm asking. Is
Dr. Galligan, if I may, I'll try to answer Mrs. Fisher's question. As being one of the few board members that's actually sat in on PLC meetings, I'd like to let her know that it's very organic. It's not led by admin. the teachers teach each other. They identify the challenges in the department. They identify specific children that they're having specific problems with, and they brainstorm to try to figure out what it's going to take to raise that child up. So I appreciate Mrs. Fisher's concern, but I can assure her, having sat through several PLC meetings on different campuses, that we're already doing exactly what it is that she's asking us to do. And then on top of that, she alluded to MTSS. I've sat in those meetings before too, where the most you could get, as close as you get to administrator, would be the principal sitting in the room watching her teachers or his teachers work with each other to overcome the common challenges that they have, whether it's MTSSA or MTSSB. So we've got this going on both fronts. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're already doing the things that Mrs. Fisher would like to see us executing in the district.
President Carver, I would agree in part. We did PLC Light from about 2014-15 to about 2017-18. And that was where schools pretty much did whatever they felt they needed to in collaboration. And some schools did very well, and some schools struggled. We are not a system of individual schools. We are a school system of 42 schools. And because of that, there is a necessity for us to have a consistent process around teacher collaboration, and we've hung our hats on Richard DeFore's PLCs and the 4 questions. We're not the only district that has hung our hats on that. I think what Mr. Carver is indicating is in a fully functioning multi-school team or a collaborative team within a single grade level. It is organic because it's based on student data, and that's different for every team, and that's different many times for every meeting. So those conversations can and should be different than what they are. But as I've mentioned, we have hung our hat on the 4 questions, DeFore's method, his philosophy for PLCs, his framework. And I think the presentation that you heard earlier from Dr. Zerbach and Dr. Desmarteau and I just showcase that over the last decade, 10 years, as we've moved in this direction, our students are achieving better than they ever had. And our teachers, I would hope, feel that they are supported in not being an isolation teacher, but working with a team of teachers who can talk about kids and learning and what's working. Just like you said, Ms. Fisher, I didn't get the results you did. What did you do differently? Even though we talked about it, we had the same common formative assessment. All of those things are the organic and fluid way that teacher collaboration and PLCs work. I think both of you are correct in a certain way, but again, you've seen some strong data earlier this meeting, and it's really because of teacher collaboration, PLCs, and we don't have ABCDE. We just have MTSS academics and MTSS behavior.
Just A and B.
I know it.
You know, I appreciate you explaining that, because otherwise I was going to say, well, there you go. We've got the raise. We could just terminate the teams that are not directing anything and just move that money to the classroom. Because I'm aware that there is a team in the back end that's doing structural, and I think if you don't work in a school district, and have never worked in a school district or a classroom, it's fun to look at the things and say, ooh, yeah, that looks shiny, nice, it's great. But there's a lot of work that goes behind it. So I do understand, and I'm not trying to undo the work that you've done, because you're correct, there are results. I'm just saying, perhaps we can look at opportunities where we could take a little bit of an excess burden off. You know, I know that in the districts I've worked for in the past, now the one I work for now doesn't kind of count because it's like one school, but you know, at Phoenix Union, you know, the whole purpose of us being on campus for every PLC was so that we could be there and say, this is who I am from the district office. This is what I do. How can I help you to impact our students? And that was the whole point. And that's, I guess, what I'm asking for. Is there a potential to take a little bit of extra burden off? Because then it's not necessarily a whole day, but maybe we could take some of the burden off in different areas. And I can't tell you what that is because I'm not in those classrooms, but they can. So ask them, and where can we potentially take some of those burdens off?
So President Carver, Ms. Fisher, I think that we are in agreement with you. And that is part of the discussion we had this evening, the need to collect information from the certified staff and to do focus groups so that we know when you say to take the, did you say the burden off? That we're taking the right burden off. We don't want to take something off that's not going to make an impact.
I appreciate that. And while you're doing it, and I know people who think I'm only bringing up paras because Carrie's here, it's not. It's because because Barry is at home. That's why. So I just got to tell you, 2018, when you're making this conversation, include your paras. How many of you teachers that are in special needs classes, could you do your work without your para? Any of you? Anyone? I'll take anyone. Because you know what? I raised a special needs child, and the equivalent of a para is what helped me get through it and survive. And to this day, I still have people who work with my son, and he's 26 and very well behaved and highly intelligent. And I still need my support. In 2018, our paras were making less than the custodians. And it stayed that way all the way up until 2022. And custodians are important too, because trust me, kids are dirty and messy, and could you imagine having to clean your own classroom? But include the paras in those conversations, because when you take the burden off of the teachers, it can't go onto the paras. I have had multiple paras that have left this district that said they want to help the teachers, but we're abandoned. We're abandoned, and sometimes we're abandoned with the kids behind a locked door, and I'm 8 months pregnant. Actual quote from an actual para. I resigned that week, she said. So that's just my take. I think we need to address those specific issues.
I would just like to quickly add, and I know it's getting late, I'm very familiar with Richard and Edie DeFore and PLC. I have their book, and there's value to it. But again, if I could just reiterate, if we could do that training, it's valuable. We want to keep it. It works. But can we do it remotely? Can we do some of that collaborating remotely? That would just give them time, a little time.
I want to add two more things. One, and actually, Ms. Simonchek would know this. One of the feats that the legislature does, what it's called is unintended consequences. Whenever they make last-minute deals in legislation, she could attest to this, they haven't spent the time to go back and look at the unintended consequences of their decision, because it might be trading a vote for a vote, and so they say, well, can you slide my piece of legislation through? If we ignore the NST process and add variables without feedback loops, there will be unintended consequences. It comes from doing this for a while. I can give you at least two examples. Boundaries is a good one. That just happened. We went through the whole process, put a pause on it, and now there's already unintended consequences, and they're actually piling up every day. The second one was when we did our ELA curriculum about 8 months ago. No, actually it was last year about this time. We voted to punt, if I remember right, and we went back and reevaluated it and sent it back to the committee. and then eventually passed it right at the end of the school year. What happened though is it cost us about 50 to 70 grand because of additional resources, because it backed up the whole system. All our PD was missed. The resources didn't get here in time, and we had to do release the next year for teachers during the school day to get their PD so they could use the curriculum. So just the same is true here. Every week that we wait, there will be unintended consequences with payroll, with benefits, with enrolling in our different systems and getting them, and it puts pressure on those departments every time that clock ticks. If you noticed in Ms. Mock's presentation, everything is timed out to get us to the finish line. So there will be a consequence if we continue to ignore our systems and make our own decisions up here. It does eventually. There is a consequence, and I do hear you, and that we need to look at this or need to look at that, and it sounds like we've already started that process. So I'm just worried again that the system will will put unnecessary pressure on some of the staff to handle all of this stuff, because the clock is ticking. When it comes to budget, we're required by the state to have it in by a certain day, and all these things are all connected.
Thank you, Dr. Finch. Anything further from the board? If not, all those in favor? Suspense is killing me. All those opposed?
With the genuineness that you're saying you're going to try to find time for teachers, which I'm a teacher, so I'm trusting with all my heart that you're going to find time for teachers, because there's going to be consequences. But if teachers burn out and just leave the profession, it's going to be a bigger problem.
Okay. Thank you.
We already finished salaries in my district. For the reasons that you've talked about. Is there any remaining time, Heather? I mean, honestly, to form the whole budget, and you're talking about a huge district. Is there any additional time that we can get? And here's the only reason I'm asking, because we sit up here, we get promises, or we hear things, and then they never come to fruition. And one of the unintended consequences of ignoring that there is a governing board responsible for making decisions is having things fail at meetings. I don't want this to be something that fails that hurts our staff further. But at the same time, I find it difficult to vote yes when I have to look at the people that are going to be negatively impacted for an entire year with no guarantee that there's going to be a little bit of help for them. So, I mean, do we have to make this vote tonight for you to make your budget work?
Mrs. Fisher, President Carver, members of the board, because what we are talking about is that, I gotta remember what it is, the educator-directed work time or planning time. That is not something that can, as Ms. Moffitt stated and Dr. Galligan stated, there are so many other parts of the system that it is not feasible to concretely determine by the end of May that we would be able to have that for next fiscal year. So regardless of whether or not the board approves the salary recommendation tonight, the decision for that protected time, we would not be able to come back in time for this budget cycle to tell you that, yes, that was in place for next year.
What about any assistance for some of our classified staff that are struggling? I did see in the Friday update that, you guys made us give bus drivers a raise, and it backfired. No. This board has rubber stamped whatever administration has told them for the last 5 years. And so I'm sorry, but is there anything for some of our staff, especially some of our long-term staff, that can be done, or any thoughts in what, because I'm sure you've seen the same things. And I'm assuming that you would have looked at the same data I looked at to see how is it possible that a long-term employee could make not much more than the new guy. Is there anything on the horizon that we could potentially help them with?
Mrs. Fisher, President Carver, members of the board and guests, I actually ran some of the calculations while we were sitting here, and I would just like to clarify some of the statements that have been made. Because we do not give years of service for our classified staff when they come in on our hiring schedule, it is actually impossible for a newer staff member to jump over a more experienced staff member. So for example, if we take the example of paraprofessionals, the starting paraprofessional makes $16.37 an hour for any paraprofessional that was hired in 25 or 26. With the 2% raise at the 70-30 split, that individual would make $16.77, or an increase overall of 40 cents when you take that 17 cents per hour and add the 1.4%. An approximately 7 year of service, 7 years experience parapro makes about $17.02 an hour. They would go up to $17.43 for an overall increase of 41 cents. So, and the difference then between a 7 year experienced parapro and a 1 to 2 is 66 cents per hour. When we get all the way up to, let's say, a 28 year experienced parapro, they make, after raises, when approved, would make $5.20 more per hour than a 1 to 2 year paraprofessional. So we specifically have designed the system so that newer staff for classified cannot overstep more senior, more experienced classified staff. And I think that, and if any changes that are made to a range, and I think that's what we've seen when we talk about the recommendation to collapse range 14 and 15. That's where you see some of that compression, where you no longer have that differentiation between skill sets. And so we used to have many more ranges below range 15, and we have had to compress and bring those up because of minimum wage. When it
So we don't have to worry about them jumping each other, but are we still keeping pace with the work, if that makes sense?
I think what a common argument you hear from me is compared to what. So we do comps with our neighbors, comps with the state, comps with our peer groups, and that is part of the NST process. So that's some of the numbers that they look at as well, and they bring their own numbers as well to the table, again, to make their argument of why they're not in competition with or not in alignment with their neighbors. So that is part of the NST process.
So to interpret what the superintendent is saying, our staff should quit if they want an increase. Quit and get a better job. That's really a terrible message
President
for us.
Carver,
To
Ms.
I don't
Fisher,
think I said that, Ms. Fisher.
I don't think that's what
No.
we would be saying, but your question was, are we comping? You mentioned earlier this evening that you could become maybe a parallel to a paraprofessional in a different industry and make more. The same would be for nurses and many other positions in our system. It's the nature of education. So when we do comp, we do comp outside of industry and inside of industry. Same for bus drivers. You can be trained by us for free, right? And then go work for a city and make more as a bus driver. So we certainly are going to consider outside of industry, but when we comp, we really do want to ensure that we're competitive within. And the last review that we did, and that I can certainly share with the board specific to the paraprofessional range, it was comparable. And that study was done over a period of 2 years. Where we did note that we believe we are outside of range right now is in the behavior tech area. We don't see that we are comparable there. So if you recall, behavior techs are working with students in our public day private classrooms, or students with more significant special education needs. So it's certainly something, comp that we can run again moving into the upcoming year, but I think that those are important points to make, that it's not only the para, but that could be said for many positions within our system. It's difficult being within the educational system.
Well, all I can say is I'm not seeing it in others, other areas. And this is direct impact to children. It's
Mrs. Fisher, I don't mean to cut you off, but I asked for discussion and everybody was done. Could you cast your vote, please, so we can move on? Please and thank you.
Now, only because I know the weight of my vote, because it's either, if I say no, it fails. And if I say yes, it passes. But I'm sorry. Our classified staff needs, we need to do some zero-based budgeting for next year. Hopefully we'll have a new superintendent and a new board, and then we can actually care for our staff. But with that, I'll vote aye, only because I do not want our staff to suffer.
Thank you, Mrs. Fisher.
It passes 3-1.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Next item on the agenda, item number 5, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board approve consent agenda items 5A through 5J.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I second.
Passes 2-1.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Next item, 6A, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board approve and ratify all employee out-of-state travel for professional development per governing board policy GCCE.
Second. Any discussion? Yes, Mrs. Fisher.
Is the teacher going to Disney, or is he a theater teacher? A film teacher? What do they teach? It's the Goldwater High School. It's the third one down. Do they teach theater? Do they teach film? Do they teach? Yeah, I just want to know how that's going to.
Allie from Goldwater.
She's film and media production.
Okay, that's the answer. Yeah. Thank you. So I'm fine. That's the only question I had.
Anything further? Nope. Hearing nothing. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Passes 3-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Item 6B, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to pre-approve the addenda as presented.
Second. Any discussion?
Nope, just a comment.
Yes, Mrs. Fisher.
If I missed it, I'm sorry. I don't see any 850, so I'll vote aye on it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Item 6C, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the fiscal year 2026-27 employee hiring schedules.
Second. Ms. Moffitt, Do you have something for us?
Yep. President Carver, governing board members, the only thing to note here is that this year's recommendation did not include raising our base pay in any area other than changing the dean to an assistant principal, a K-6 assistant principal. So that's what we were referencing in the salary recommendation. So if you look at the administrative hiring schedule, you will see that we will no longer have a position called dean. And that is because that position requires the same exact certification and work that our assistant principals make. So now we have a K-6 assistant principal. And so to reiterate, any of our current deans, if the board were to approve this salary schedule, those deans that are not currently at base, that would be brought to base or would receive the salary increase that you just previously approved, whichever is greater. Yes, thank you. And high school also have the opportunity to bring on a dean when they're at 2,000 students. They would be allowed, instead of a dean, to bring on an assistant principal at 2,000 students.
Thank you, Ms. Moffitt. Any questions for Ms. Moffitt on this topic?
Yeah. Okay, so if they're a dean, they're making below the base, and we bump them up to the base. Next year we hire a dean.
We won't have a dean any longer.
Oh, okay, next time we hire a new assistant principal. Aren't we gonna bump into the same problem that they're starting at the same, if we don't? Well, I guess they would get a minimal raise, but.
Right. If there was no pay increase, then yes, there would be the potential of the same pay. But if there was a pay increase, there'd be a differential between the
So
year.
wouldn't it make more sense for us to put the base up and then apply the raise? How many people are we talking about?
Oh, that's a great question. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you that. But there are some that are far from base, and there are some that are right at base. That's why we have the either or. So it's whichever is greater. If coming up to base is greater than the pay increase, then that's what you would get. Otherwise, it would be the pay increase.
I'm fine voting on this topic, but if we could have Heather look at it for next year, just to make sure that we're not doing any harm.
Honoring the separation of the year.
Yeah,
Okay.
unintended consequence there.
And I would just add, the last time I asked some newbie questions about the 70-30, Ms. Moffitt, you had said you would share the tiers for contracts on the Friday update, and I didn't see that. And I don't even remember what it was about now. It was something about the 70-30, 60-40. It was the, and I can go back and watch the video again, but we were having a discussion about the increase when it was a preview on the salary. And one of the questions led to something where you said you would share the tiers for contracts in the Friday update.
Dr. Pack, members of the board, the tiers 60-40, 70-30, 50-50, those are the options that NST gets to choose from on how the salary increase is applied.
Right.
And so we provided the examples of what the 70-30 looks like. Because, and if I recall incorrectly, we can provide what a 60-40 or 50-50 would look like in a board update. But we wanted to clarify, and that's what we did, believe to have done in the presentation today, that the split with a portion of the increase being a flat dollar and a portion being a percentage always helps out the lower end of the salary schedule. They receive a higher percent increase, and it just helps keep everyone along a more narrow trajectory instead of propelling the high end forward.
Okay, thank you. I'll rewatch that later.
The other thing to note is that on the classified schedule, there's no change in compensation. We just collapsed range 14, and now we start with range 15, and that's because range 14 and 15 are the exact same pay, and so we'll no longer have a range 14. They're just combined with range 15.
Anything further for Ms. Moffitt? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Item 6E, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the revision of the FY25 annual financial report.
Ms. Mock, anything to cover with us on
Classroom
that?
site fund.
I'm sorry, I second. We skipped yeah.
You missed
Sorry.
the classroom.
I leapfrogged classroom site fund. We'll come back to that since we've already had a.
Did I read the wrong one, or did you say the wrong letter?
So you read E? Or you read D? Because I asked for E. I wasn't paying attention. I apologize. You read D? Okay, you're on right. I'll second D, and let's do D. How about that? Thanks, Ms. Mock. Appreciate your flexibility.
Just to clarify, I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the FY27 classroom site fund plan.
Second.
Aye.
Sorry,
President Carver, members of the board, every year we bring the classroom site fund plan forward for approval. We've already previewed this a little in the salary recommendation. The laws regarding classroom site fund have changed over the last several years. Used to be 3 required pockets of money, and when that changed, I think it was about fiscal year 20, Deer Valley went down to 2 pockets of money from classroom site fund. 60% of the entire fund goes directly into teacher base pay, and then 40% of the fund goes into teacher and other professional staff performance pay. And so working with members of DVEA through NST, we continue the split between the 2 funds at 60% going into base pay, 40% going into performance pay. Along with that, we're using $2.4 million of overall carry forward in the fund in order to provide that $8,090 from classroom site fund directly into teacher base pay, and teacher performance pay for next year would be $4,780. Typically what we would do is take that, it's about $12.4 million that goes into that pool for performance pay. We would divide that amount of money by the number of staff, certified staff who qualified for performance pay. And so if it ended up being a little bit more than $47.80, they would receive a little bit more than $47.80. But what we will do is next year, when we know the exact number of teachers or DVEA's wish for that performance pay portion, we would bring that back before we actually pay teachers. And as a matter of fact, at the May 12th meeting, you should see the amount for fiscal year 26 coming back around. And with that, I will take any questions about the classroom site fund plan.
Thank you, Ms. Mock.
Call for the vote.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Fisher?
Did I call for the vote?
You call for the vote? Calling the question? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. How about we do 6E as an elephant this time, yes?
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the revision of the FY25 annual financial report.
Anything to share, Ms. Mock?
President Carver, members of the board, this is just a really brief clerical revision. There are no changes to the amount of money that we've spent on any of the funds. We have minor changes to page 7, table D, and page 8, table B. Most specifically, this is tied to ensuring that we have our Group B different categories broken out, correct, on page 8, table D, or table B, as in boy. And this is required to ensure that we have accurate reporting for our maintenance of effort with Arizona Department of Education. And so we are entering the amount spent for special education for fiscal year 25. Department of Education compares it to 24 to make sure that we are still spending equitably for our special education students, and this ties directly to our IDEA funding as well.
Thank you, Ms. Mock. Any questions for Ms. Mock? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Board members, please make sure you sign that document before you leave tonight so that Mrs. Taylor can process that. Okay, on to preview items.
I'd like to make a motion that we table preview items to the next meeting because I'm really tired.
President Carver, if I could interrupt.
Oh. You're right. Okay.
Can we take care of curriculum? And I'd be happy to entertain a motion to table the rest of the policies.
All right, so I make a motion to table B through N. Okay.
Okay, let's do A first.
You're the A game. We're going to stay for you, the A game.
Thank you very much. You just gave me a mini panic heart attack there.
We saw that. You kind of went.
President Carver, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and all the guests that are remaining. This evening, Dr. Amber Linker and myself will present the recommendation of the K-8 Spanish DLI Adoption Committee. This is for our dual language immersion adoption. This is a preview item tonight and will be brought back as an action item at the May 12th board meeting.
The call for Spanish DLI Curriculum Adoption Committee members was posted on the DVUSD website, the Spanish Immersion School website, and social media platforms. Additionally, we sent emails to all Spanish immersion families and distributed flyers to recruit a diverse group of committee members, ensuring representation from all stakeholders. With our current adoption having expired, the Spanish DLI Curriculum Adoption Committee was tasked with recommending new Spanish language arts curricular materials. These materials aim to support language acquisition and proficiency in listening, speaking, reading, and writing for our K-8 dual language immersion students. Our Spanish DLI adoption process followed the established curriculum resource adoption framework. We assembled a committee of diverse stakeholders who developed a rubric and conducted an initial evaluation of materials. The public review period ran from November 3rd, 2025 to January 30th, 2026. During this time, we collaborated with the DVUSD communication and community engagement team and communicated with families through the district website, newsletters, emails, school marquee, social media, and flyers. Hard copy materials were made available for review at Union Park School and the governing board room foyer. After carefully reviewing all feedback, the committee has formulated its recommendation to the governing board, which will be presented for preview tonight with action scheduled for May 12th. In its evaluation, the committee focused on selecting materials that were aligned with Arizona and U.S. national standards. We specifically required a program that included comprehensive instruction in all 4 language skills: reading, writing, listening, and speaking. Additionally, the program needed to provide hands-on materials and technology resources approved by DVUSD. The committee also prioritized curriculum materials that were well organized to support teachers in planning and instruction. We sought leveled materials to facilitate scaffolding and differentiation, ensuring we could meet the needs of diverse learners. Lastly, the committee emphasized the importance of having a robust assessment program which would help identify students' current level of proficiency. We desired an assessment program that would facilitate the analysis of student data, enabling teachers to provide targeted instruction. After thorough consideration of all factors and feedback, the Spanish DLI Adoption Committee is delighted to recommend Listos plus Entología in conjunction with Avanza for grades K through 8. Together, these resources by Vista Higher Learning provide a comprehensive, age-appropriate foundation in literacy and language development that aligns with the Arizona World and Native Language Standards. The engaging texts, structured supports, and differentiated resources help young learners build strong reading, writing, speaking, and listening skills while fostering confidence and academic growth in Spanish. In addition, Avanza's interactive platform supports teachers in monitoring student progress and driving instruction through its built-in data analysis tools, which provide actionable insights to inform targeted teaching and intervention. For grades 6 through 8, the committee recommends Galeria, also by Vista Higher Learning. Galeria provides a rigorous, standard-aligned curriculum that supports both language development and academic achievement in a dual language immersion setting. Its engaging, culturally rich, authentic resources and strong scaffolds for diverse learners make it an effective choice for promoting Spanish language proficiency at an intermediate level and preparing students for continued success in advanced coursework.
The total estimated cost for this adoption is $229,275, which falls within the budget allocated for the curricular adoptions for this current year. This investment will be an invaluable resource for the Union Park Spanish immersion students and the program itself, supporting our efforts to enhance instruction and develop students' literacy skills and second language proficiency. As you've heard a couple of times, we are previewing this quickly right now for you all, and we'll bring it back as an action item at the May 12th board meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Galligan. Any questions?
I'll save mine for next time.
Mrs. Fisher.
Just one comment, if this will teach kids to speak Spanish, you got me, because I grew up in a Spanish home, watching the novelas with mi abuelita, and I still can't speak Spanish, so I'll take it.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We appreciate you. I just encourage the board members, before you do what you're getting ready to do, to please do your homework, so that, because we're going to have double duty next time. So
I always do my homework.
knock yourself out, because we still got an hour and a half if you want to stay.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, he was just cautioning me before I make a motion. And I just want it on the record, even though nobody's here to hear it. I always do my homework. I make a motion to table items B as in boy through N as in Nancy.
any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Governing board reports, are you guys forgoing those two? Oh, we did have one public comment speaker and she left, so we won't be doing that.
I will do a very fast board report, since somebody can watch it later when they're. I'd like to recognize Ms. Taylor and for National Executive Assistance Day or Week or whatever it was, so thank you. She's nothing but professional. So I attended the NSBA National Convention, and I'm just going to list the sessions I went to, because I shared with you it was the best one I've ever been to. Hearing the heartbeat, gathering community voice to guide board decisions, the power of perspective, turning mindset into momentum, architects of success, the board's influence on superintendent leadership, bridging strategy and trust, the best practices in superintendent and board relations, building a cohesive team, how the board, superintendent, and business administrator effectively work together, mapping the future, redistricting the technology, transparency, and trust. Redistricting with technology, transparency, and trust. Governance games people play. Lead without drama. You can see why these are all so very interesting to me. When the board and superintendent actually get along. Learn how to ditch dysfunction, build trust, and create a unified governance team that drives real results for all students. So it was a very great training. One of the things I mentioned was district limits on board reports, and to give an executive summary with a 10-minute rule. I really liked that idea. I attended the Maricopa County Attorney's Office School Board training, and I heard yet again that other districts, the board members get to see the vouchers, and so I would bring that up again, that if they can be shared electronically, that would be very helpful for all the members on the board to vote on vouchers, other than just me seeing them. I met with my board buddies, and back up at the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, some paperwork was given to us, including Mr. Carver and Mr. Botfeld that were there from the Auditor General, which conflicted with the numbers that I found on non-instructional software. So I'd ask again if we could have a summary, an audit, a review, or something of the non-instructional technology software, which is lots of money. With that, that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Beck. Mrs. Fisher.
I'll go quick too. I also attended NSBA. I brought back quite a bit of materials, mostly from I finally got to go to one of the school tours, and it was an impressive. They were facing all the challenges that we've all been facing, and instead of fighting the charters and the ESAs and everything else, they embraced the premise of charter schools. They turned one campus into essentially 3 public charter schools, public schools, but one of them had a law school and had a medical school in it. So the students that are graduating, similar to some of the CTEs that we have, they're graduating with a legal certification, or they're graduating with nursing at 4 years, and then they worked with the local hospital to pay for the next 2 years of college so that that student can get their full bachelor's for a RN. The other one was coding and cybersecurity and cyber. And then the third was the most confusing and yet impressive because it was a 4th grade to senior, that campus. There's a lot of information I brought back, so I will at some point discuss it with, I don't know, whoever is interested. A couple of facts about the school that was very interesting is it has a waiting list for people to get into it. They're not worried about declining enrollment because everybody wants to be there. And one of the board members asked, well, how do you pick them? Because they truly believe that charters cream or pick their students. She goes, oh no, anybody can come. They're just on a waiting list to get in. And we meet them where they're at and we bring them up, which I just thought was an amazing thing. And the kids were amazing. The kids are what took us around, and it was awesome. I also went to a lot of the same ones that Karen went to. We had a very interesting speaker that spoke about AI. It would be great if we could get him here or somewhere, because his premise that we need to stop having our face shoved into a screen and we need to stop shoving screens in kids' faces too was kind of totally not what I expected, but it was really an impressive speech as well. And yeah, that's his book. I also attended the superintendent of the county superintendent's training. And I got to say, I got to give her kudos. She's doing a better job than anyone else that I've seen. She actually included meaningful information, including, I know Heinfeld and Meach have a much better one because they have the little one, which, by the way, if you go to in July, you can get me a little one. They actually hand out board members the chart of accounts so they can kind of see it. I was impressed. The other thing that they brought, or that she brought, was a speaker. They were talking about identifying abuse before it happens, but they partnered with a parent group. And did you look at this yet? They gave them this. They gave us all a copy of this. It's called 90 Days of Purpose. And I know there's all these journals and stuff, but they're always complicated and do this and do that. This is just a cool little 90-day, and it's you can give it to students or the adults can do it with them. And it's just a simple, for 90 days, you answer the questions, cutting back on screen time, 1 hour of doing something you enjoy, saying at least one encouraging thing to somebody. Little things that gets the kids thinking about, do I do this? So am I living life as a completely, workaholic or negative or whatever? It's very meaningful, and it was put together honestly by a mom and a bunch of high school students. But this is a great tool. I think if we could get in touch with them and somehow get these for some of our kids, it would be really awesome to have. So I won't give you mine, but I will send you the information. You can look into her. I'm going to see if I can get some for some other schools that I know of as well, because it's really worth it. I was also going to request the vouchers again, the information on the backside. It is 50-50. Districts provide it or don't, but board members should have it at a minimum. The other concerns I have, just these are just board requests. I would like to know what's going on with Inspiration Springs, their ball fields. Why? I got sent some pictures. They are horrendous. Did we just put them in a field where they're getting destroyed or what? But if we can get some information on that and what we're going to do to resolve that situation before we have a kid break a leg in one of those runoffs. And then we did have the superintendent provide his resignation very publicly. I'm asking that be brought to the governing board for acceptance of his resignation as of the date that he chose, and that we move forward with getting a procurement moving, because it takes time to do a good procurement for a search firm. That's my requests.
Thank you, Mrs. Fisher. Been a busy couple of weeks. Just real quick run through this. April 8th, DVUSD Gifted Showcase. April 15th, the DVESPA meeting that I was invited to, which was it was good. It was good. I would encourage anybody that's still listening or that listens to this later, if you have the opportunity to be part of that organization, you should do it so that your voice can be heard. April 16th, Canyon Springs STEM Night. If you don't follow me on social media, you missed all the pictures. I'm telling you what, these STEM nights and STEAM nights are getting to be something quite huge. Saw a drone, I believe it was at Canyon Springs, and a helicopter landing at Sierra Verde, and just a lot of good stuff. April 18th was the Maricopa County School Superintendent Training that I was able to attend with Dr. Pack and Mrs. Fisher and Mr. Botfeld. We weren't able to hear from a speaker by the name of Dr. Tom Richard. I looked him up, and he has a really good book. It's a short read for those of you that are familiar with the concept or the theory of broken windows. He has a book called The Broken Desk Theory, which spins off of the same concept. For those of you that don't know, just real quick, the broken window theory is something that's been proved where it's just something as simple as a broken window in a building or allowing graffiti to manifest without either repairing the window or erasing the graffiti will continue to manifest worse and worse behaviors, community behaviors, until crime increases. And so he applies that concept to the broken desk theory and was able to actually apply it as a teacher, educator rather, out in, I believe it was, I want to say Florence. And I'm only just now starting the book, but he's got some really good points there, and I would encourage people to read it. Less than 100 pages, so it's a good read for somebody like me that falls asleep easily to reading a book. April 22nd, I attended the City of Peoria State of the City address given by Mayor Beck, and that city has done a lot of good things to help plan for the future and everything that's heading their way. They're trying desperately to turn Peoria from a drive-through city to a destination city, and they've got a lot of good things in the works there. April 23rd, attended the 2026 Arizona Prayer Breakfast, put on by the Salvation Army. Used to be referred to as the Governor's Prayer Breakfast, but she requested that her name be removed from that, so now it's just the Arizona Prayer Breakfast. It was a good experience. Lots of prayer, lots of songs. Phoenix Children's Choir was there, sung some amazing music. We had bagpipes present also. It was pretty cool. As I mentioned, I attended the Sierra Verde Steam Night, also the Las Brisas Steam Night. On the 23rd of April, 24th of April, Sonoran Foothills Annual Carnival. For those of you that weren't aware, they put a carnival on every year, and they actually had real amusement park type rides out there from the local traveling carnival. It was a pretty big production. It was a little warm that day, but it was good. I wasn't quite dressed for the Sonoran Foothills Carnival because directly after that I had to go to the Norterra Canyon Glodio. And everybody looks at me funny and wants to know exactly what I'm saying. It's better if you turn it into two words, glow and rodeo. They have a glow dance going on in the cafeteria, and then a rodeo-themed carnival going on out in the out on the rest of the campus. And I say I wasn't dressed for Sonoran Foothills because anybody that knows me knows that I'm all in on everything that I do. And when they invited me to the Glodio, I had to go get a cowboy hat. So I was a little bit overdressed for Sonoran Foothills. They asked me if I'd get on the mechanical bull. And the older I get, the less I like to do lines. And besides, that would have just ended up on social media. So April 27th, we had the DVUSD sub-recognition evening, just right over here off to my right. It's always a good event to go to quarterly. And yeah, so that's my culmination of events for the last 3 weeks. Again, just if you get an opportunity to read that book, The Broken Desk Theory, it's a good read. And it really speaks to some of the successes we have in Deer Valley, because we don't allow things like that to manifest, graffiti on desks and run down this and broken windows that. We do a good job, and the community helps us do a good job to have the funds necessary to create quality educational environments. And I think it would be something educational for all of us to just take a read to. So Dr. Finch, what you got?
Couple things. School bus driver day, National School Bus Driver Day is today. So honk at your school bus driver when you see him tomorrow morning. We have a lot of fine arts and athletics going on this time of year. In fact, O'Connor Beach is playing for the state title tomorrow at Castile High School again for the 6th time in a row. They are 4-peat champions trying to go for number 5. So good luck to them. We'll be zooming down there. Just a little heads up for you. It takes 45 minutes to get to the exit, and then it's another 45 to get off the stinking freeway back to Castile High School. There's like 4,000 stoplights. So factor that in your patience. You're going to need it to get back to the back of the woods to Castile High School. Good luck to the gals there on their 5-peat. It's also National School Lunch Hero Week this Friday. It's National Teacher Appreciation Week next week. So there's a lot going on. This and hopefully everybody can rewind the tape and write all this down. But Pursuing Victory with Honors Award, that's on May 5th in the evening here. The Deer Valley Unified Retirement shtick that we do, that's pretty cool. You don't want to miss that. So that's on May 7th. I believe it's at Goldwater, correct? Or we can do it in here again? I know Jenna usually knows these things. Stay tuned. The retirement is here? It's here. Yep, okay. We've been doing it here recently. Sometimes when it gets too big, we have to move it. TPP graduation, our teacher prep program graduation is May 13th. That's also in here. That will be a packed house, so get here early for a seat. Obviously, May 14th, the next day. High school graduations all day, sun up to sundown. We're going to put all 5 high schools through that. That'll be the first time doing that, so it'll be a long day. So board members, eat your protein the day before. You're going to need it. 8th grade promotions, many of you will be helping out with that. That's May 20th, district-wide. On April 18th here, a couple days ago, we had a job fair in this room. And good news about staffing is we are ahead of schedule with staffing. Obviously, our neighbors closing down is helping us with that cause. We only have 3 weeks and 17 days left of school. It goes by so fast. Last but not least, Ms. Fisher talked about a charter school operation and that she observed. Actually, we were all over that as Arizonans, and the state banned it because you could get more money for a charter student than you could for a regular student, public school student. So everybody started changing their schools into charters, and then the state banned that. So we're not allowed to host charters or change our names or change our operation to charters. Other than that, that's the latest. Next board meeting will be May 12th. We're going to actually show off our art award winners, so be here for that. It's pretty exciting to see that. And also, another big one, we'll have a big room full of people as well. The Teacher of the Year and Rookie of the Year will be at the next meeting as well in the awards section. So be excited about that. It's an exciting time to see teachers get rewarded for their excellent service. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Finch. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Drive safe. Yeah. I got a cup of fruit yogurt waiting for me. Yep, signatures before we run away.
Parking lot. Might hunt you down. A blue pen right here if you want. If you can find your name, that's tiny. Just beside there.
Teeny tiny.